Good morning, everybody. I'm delighted to be today here in Berlin and to meet with so many colleagues, friends, and also with companies and participants, from all over Europe and even beyond that. And also it's really great to be here in this very free city of Berlin, to feel the atmosphere that is really stimulating. So we shall start with a first session in our ONTOCHAIN Summit, which is devoted to the trustworthy internet. But before that, I want to introduce to you our coordinator, who will join us online, Caroline Barel, from the European Dynamics. So please, Caroline.
So good morning, everybody, dear ladies and gentlemen. As ONTOCHAIN project coordinator and project manager at European Dynamics, I'm very pleased to welcome you to this landmark first ONTOCHAIN Summit on a trustworthy next generation internet. Of course, on the ONTOCHAIN project approach to this problematic, and on its open call 3 that has been already launched mid-May. I'm delighted to spend these 2 days with you all, even if in my case remotely. And I would particularly like to thank all the speakers and the various people present here. So, in fact, through this first summit and on behalf of the ONTOCHAIN consortium, we would like to engage with all of you in an open and constructive discussion, dialogue about trust for the web. History has shown that high trust societies fare better than low trust societies. However, today, and as long as the main business model will rely solely on performance and profit, personal privacy violation, personal data exploitation, unknown provenance of information, to name just a few of them, will remain the watchword of our digital world, leading to a low trustworthy society with all that it implies in terms of human rights and democracy. The internet of the future should be more trustworthy, more resilient, and sustainable. And for this purpose, in ONTOCHAIN, we have chosen to leverage semantic web and blockchain assets to build as a distinct added value for the next generation internet trustworthy data and service exchange, as well as online trustworthy content handling. Hopefully, this today's summit will enable to enrich the debate and be fruitful in order to achieve more credible content on the internet, more trustworthy transaction, less centralization, more inclusiveness, higher accountability, but no harm to anonymity and privacy, thus to achieve an internet of trust. So enjoy this event, and I will leave the floor right now to Jacob Speer, innovation manager on, among other topics, blockchain at Berlin Partners, are supporting the organization of this first summit for ONTOCHAIN. So please, Jacob.
Hello. Yeah. Okay, I just want to say a couple of words. First of all, it's my pleasure to warm welcome you to the city of Berlin. I work at Berlin Partner. Maybe you have seen the sign outside. Berlin Partner is the economic development agency of the city of Berlin. So actually our job is to help companies to come to Berlin to set their business here and to thrive here. And also we have them with the internationalization. So I'm at Berlin Partner. I'm the innovation manager of the innovation field of blockchain and IT security, and also a little bit right now on the field of VR, AR, and XR. So please invite to come to me during these breakouts and breaks. Just to say hi if you want to learn more about the Berlin blockchain ecosystem and what is going on here. We have a lot of trends here. As an innovation manager, I'm sort of a community manager. I'm also keep my eyes on the trends in Berlin, what is going on here when it comes to, for example, NFTs is a really big wave actually that is going through Berlin. And all these kind of blockchain topics are really present here. So yeah, I'm happy to help you. And as Berlin partner, we provide several services for companies and also academics when you're looking for locations, if you're looking for partnerships from between universities and companies. We also help you to get international. We also help you when you want to become sustainable. We have a new sustainability service as well. So it's all possible topics when it comes to getting your business done. We are happy to help you. And if you also have an idea, if you want to do an event, I can also help you with that. So yeah, please feel welcomed here in Berlin and at this really nice place. And if you have any question, just come and say hi. And I'm really happy to meet you today. And now I'm looking forward to a really thrilling today with a really nice program. And I'm looking forward for the new perspective when it comes to blockchain and the internet of the future. Thanks a lot and have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Jakob. We really appreciate your support of this event and the touch that we have with Berlin innovators. So now let's go to this Trustworthy Internet session. This session is meant to introduce us to the topics that are covered by the OntoChain software ecosystem. And here we have some questions. Actually, there will be a running session during our discussion, also on Slido, which are questions for anybody who is present here or virtually on the internet. These are the 4 questions that I present now, and you're invited to provide your opinions, your answers, your tips towards these questions, and we shall discuss them at the end of this round table discussion. How to use Slido in the OntoChain Summit. You just pick up this connection and you enter a code. You can have a look at this, and it's very easy. Should be very easy to start using it. Now, around the table, we have here 4 persons that are representing different activities, at least in Europe, related to blockchains. First is Rapolas Lakavicius, who is actually known to us as person who organizes quite a lot of activities of the Commission related to blockchains. So he will have the opportunity to present first in our summit. And then we have also Ioannis Vlachos from the European Blockchain Observatory and Forum, Ignacio Alamillo Domingo from Astrea, La Infopista Juridica, and Antonio Damasceno from the Next Generation Internet project Trublo that we used to collaborate a lot. So, Rapolas, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rapolas Lakavicius, Policy Officer in the European Commission, Director General Communication Network, Context and Technology, so-called DG Connect. And one of my responsibilities is precisely working with blockchain standardization. And yes, indeed, I have organized quite a few activities in this area. For today, I have prepared a presentation, which basically organizers asked me to reflect on 2 aspects. First one is basically policy activities, and secondly, standardization activities. And also to try to raise as many questions as possible, which I am, of course, happy to. But here I would like to say a disclaimer that all views are mine, and let's say questions are more for discussion, not necessarily to represent the official position of the European Commission. I wonder, slides-wise, do we have slides prepared, or should I share them on my screen myself?
So you can share the slides.
I can share. Okay, then I will do that. So my screen is being shared. So
Yes.
I see that it is there. So let's start. First of all, we have our respected president of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen.
You need to start the presentation.
The slide didn't start. Start. For me, I have in a way maximized the screen.
Resume.
I have probably too many screens for, for basically content that needs to be shared. Probably this is going to be the right screen now.
Yes, perfect.
So we have our respected president, and she has prepared political guidelines, my agenda for Europe, in where actually one of the points she pointed out that standardization is particularly important, and in particular for so-called the next generation hyperscalers, of which blockchain is one of these. And of course, we need to collaborate, so jointly define standards for these technologies. It is basically very nice that recently a colleague from Secretariat General has contacted me and said that they are considering this particular commitment of the president fulfilled. So we have done quite a bit of good work in this direction, but still, of course, we got encouraged to continue working on this. And then, so firstly, I start with the overview of standardization, and secondly, then we have actually quite a few regulations which are relevant to various aspects of blockchain. But first of all, we will start with GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation, because it has the right to be forgotten, which a little bit touches on the aspects of immutability of blockchain. And then we have three legislative proposals, which are Markets and Crypto Assets Regulation, MiCA, then EIDAS 2, basically proposal, and the Data Act, which of course we will go through in more detail. And I will try to raise the questions for discussion precisely when talking about regulations. So let's continue. So blockchain standardization activities are really taking place in quite a few organizations. First of all, ISO, they have a technical committee 307, we have ETSI, we have ETSI PDL, industry specification group, Sensenelec has joint technical committee 19, IEEE has a lot of blockchain related activities, and then other relevant activities taking place in ITU, W3C, OASIS, IETF, and probably other organizations. So overall, organizations-wise, there is quite a high interest and high involvement, and also member states-wise. For example, in ISO, we have probably most of European member states present. So there is very high interest in precisely standardization activities. On the side, from the side of the European Commission, we're preparing a rolling plan for OECD standardization, which has a chapter dedicated to blockchains and DLTs. And everyone who is interested is very much welcome to have a look at this plan and basically learn more on precisely what is going on in these organizations. From the side of the European Commission, also, given that we are co-financing quite a few research and innovation projects, we have organized a set of roundtables, verticals and horizontals for blockchain standardizations, where we went through quite a number of various, let's say, so thematic areas, bringing in projects, bringing in standardization community representatives, and to discuss new achievements, what is going on, and what is happening both in research and innovation side and in standardization side. So this was relatively well received, and I would be grateful for OntoChain colleagues for for basically getting in touch with me and involving me today into this discussion. In addition, the European Commission is collaborating with INATBA, which is International Association for Trusted Blockchain Applications. It's a public-private partnership. And together with INATBA, we have been organizing joining forces for blockchain standardization events, which were bringing together standardization experts actually from international fora. So it was actually quite big in a way event, bringing approximately 400 people into one place. We did 2 iterations. They went relatively well, and now we are looking forward to the 3rd one to take place. But overall, these discussions, well, of course, allowing to harmonize ongoing activities and align better efforts for taking place for standardization, still showed that, let's say, at the very least, individual experts and SMEs and researchers are not necessarily very well represented and have capabilities to participate in standardization, though they have what to say and they have quite a bit of content. So responding to this situation, actually the European Commission has launched a call for proposals, and we will have a coordinating and support action precisely to help implementing the rolling plan for ICT standardization, also reinforce links with EPSI, European Blockchain Services Infrastructure, and greater participation of European startups and SMEs and experts. So this call has been opened a while ago, and so far basically we have received, it's actually quite well received in the community. We have received approximately 26 organizations in funding portal showing their interest, and unfortunately, or fortunately, we had the situation that the deadline of the call has been postponed to 17th of August. So probably more time will allow receiving more proposals. But this postponement of deadline didn't come precisely from standardization, basically call, but rather from overall broader, I don't know, commission implementing overall calls. So was not necessary from our side, but at this point of time, we have 17th of August as the deadline for this call. So likely soon we will have a dedicated coordinating and support action for precisely for blockchain standardization, which would be very much welcome. Then let's go to policies. So from policy side, first of all, we have the general data protection recognition, which is already well known, and a lot of companies, entities have been implemented basically these requirements of Gdpr. So that is, of course, very much welcome. But when it comes to blockchain applications, we have this immutability, which is very welcome property of blockchain, which gives us so-called trustless trust. But GDPR has the right to be forgotten. So right to be forgotten means that certain data needs to be erased from the database, from the system. So how can we do it in immutable blockchain? That is the first question. Of course, there are ways around it. Basically, trying not to store data on blockchain, and one possible solution could be using so-called trust anchors, which basically mean that you store on blockchain cryptographic entries, and the personal data is stored somewhere in the centralized database of a certain entity, which is acting as a so-called trust anchor. So it's stored in centralized way. But then we have a question: can we really trust anchors in this situation? In addition, we have another interesting concept, so-called zero knowledge proofs, which a person could allow certain entity to have access to his private data for a certain moment. But again, can we be sure that this data basically stored or accessed by zero knowledge proofs concept could be trusted? So again, would be great to know what our opinions are regarding these questions. Then secondly, we have markets and crypto assets legislative proposal, so-called MiCA, which basically gives some classification of various crypto assets, and also recently one of the parts of this MiCA proposal was discussed in the committee of the European Parliament, basically to ban the proof of work. However, the outcome there was that we should not be banning the proof of work, but rather look for possibilities to include proof of work into sustainable financing taxonomy, and to the extent possible to use it for climate change mitigation. So, so then again, questions could be: can we say trust of the proof of work given that it has certain CO2 footprint? Is something that we are happy to. A possible alternative to the proof of work is so-called the proof of stake, but the proof of stake is being criticized because basically over the time, the stake, which is requires certain amount of financing, increases quite a bit and evolves into some sort of oligarchic structure where there starts a fight among different, so these oligarchs, and sometimes they undermine the interest of community in their structure, in their own fights, or like one oligarch could take over all the governance aspects and then try to undermine everyone else and so on. So there could be various fights and say struggles, and basically community then is in the not very favorable situation. So basically, can we trust proof of stake given these conditions? Though, let's say CO2 footprint in this case is minimal. And maybe another question could be, given that these consensus mechanisms, there are also other consensus mechanisms like proofs of authority, maybe something else. Maybe we should really look for new consensus mechanisms, some governance aspects of consensus mechanisms where basically everyone could be happy, which would allow attracting financing and also ensure that community is basically on a winning position. So maybe more research could be needed for this. So that would be great to solve. Then we have, when it comes to the regulation on electronic identification and trust services, so-called EIDAS 2. This is again legislative proposal. It's very much welcome, and it gives it's in particular interesting to EBSI, European Blockchain Services Infrastructure, as it gives concept of European digital identity wallets, qualified trust services, and also it points out to the basically basic requirements for qualified electronic ledgers. So tries to bring in more trust into this space. Here I must say that EIDAS 2, when it comes to these ledgers, it could be distributed ledgers, blockchains, but also it could be centralized ledgers, centralized databases. So it doesn't not necessarily mean this distribution or decentralized aspects. So questions here would be, what should be these essential requirements for processing private data? And in this context, another interesting basically research question is coming out, is so-called redactable blockchains, where we have something called chameleon hash function, which could be used basically centrally to change content of basically whole blockchain. So basically to reissue completely new blockchain over full network. So this redactable blockchain in this case would be an interesting concept, as it would allow erasing data in line with Gdpr requirements. So the right to be forgotten could be implemented in that case. But then question is, if we can change data relatively easily, can we really trust this blockchain? And don't we be sufficient to just have a central database where central authority could manage the data. There's probably no need to have a blockchain concept, because blockchain concept overall is quite precisely to be immutable. It's also quite intense. It requires quite intensive IT technological processes taking place. So yes, so redactable blockchains as such, quite an interesting concept, but can it be trusted? And the final slide is the Data Act legislative proposal, where the European Commission is proposing essential requirements for smart contracts, to basically which would be used to work with the data of Europeans. So the first set of these essential requirements, these are basically robustness, termination, interruption of activities of smart contracts. Even though there's the terminatable, they should ensure data continuity, and they should include the governance and data control mechanisms. So basically very minimal set of requirements, but it's in a way recommended from the side of the Commission to have them in place. And then questions would be, again, smart contracts is an interesting concept, but can it be trusted? What should we do in the case if smart contracts doesn't perform as expected? And there were already cases where these smart contracts were abused, and from that came out some sort of philosophical concept of code is the law or the text is the law. So which one should be preferred? I must say already from my colleagues, I have heard that text is the law, in particular from lawyers. They are very much in favor of this. But for, let's say, if we have, let's say, general user, normally text written in legal form is as understandable as the code written in, let's say, computer coding algorithms. So in that way, from the perspective of the user, not necessarily. And then we could still have this discussion, but let's say from the side of the discussion is very interesting, but Commission is leaning towards the text. Secondly, we have oracles, which are a very essential part of smart contracts, and they basically provide the data inputs to smart contracts which are running on blockchain. So should we also provide some sort of essential requirements to oracles? That's again quite an interesting question. And finally, in the Data Act, basically alignment to standards of smart contracts, and other aspects is frequently used so-called self-assessment. So this self-assessment could be disputed in different ways, and maybe it is better to have some sort of European body which would perform this technical assessment and would ensure that this assessment could be in a way considered acceptable for all the EU area, European Economic Area. So should we need something more centralized like this? And basically from my side, this is it. I would like to thank you for attention, and I would apologize for taking a few more minutes than it was anticipated.
Thank you, Rapolas. It's great to hear all this news from European Commission, because you have the best overview of what is happening around us. So thank you very much for this. And I think it's a great introduction also to the topics that we are going to discuss in the following 2 days. Here on this round table, we have also Ioannis Vlachos. So can he say a little bit about the activities of the European Blockchain Observatory and Forum, and what he's doing in this context?
Thank you for the introduction. Thanks for having us here today. Greetings from Athens, Greece. So yeah, European Blockchain Observatory is an initiative sponsored by the European Commission, and its role is to promote blockchain and DLT related activities across member states, foster and promote startup. We occasionally, let's say, issue and release publicly available trend reports. We also focus on specific topics that are of high interest both to the Commission as well as to the industry. So we also prepare together with our expert panel thematic reports on specific issues. So we recently, I think a couple of days ago, we released our DeFi report, an ongoing report that will be published in the next couple of weeks. Will focus upon applications of blockchain technology in the energy sector. So I really loved the topics that Rapulas also touched upon on his presentation about code over text, which one is the law when it comes to blockchain technologies. Also, I think one of the most important topics that is of high importance also to the European Blockchain Observatory, and we also had a very specific thematic report on this, was energy efficiency of the different blockchain technologies. What will be the policy recommendations toward the Commission and the member states when it comes to the EBSI, the European Blockchain Service Infrastructure? Should we impose some regulation on the type of blockchain technologies to be used for offering services to member states when it comes to energy consumption and so on? So a lot of interesting things are, let's say, covered by the European Blockchain Observatory and Forum, and we are super excited to be part of this discussion today and contribute however we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's great to hear all these activities, and there is a large body of knowledge generated by your activities, so this is really great. If somebody wishes to find something out, can go to you. So what about Ignacio Alamillo Domingo? Can you tell us also about your activities and present a little bit about what you're doing?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having us. I'm representing a European SME, which is working in digital identity and electronic trust services. We've been there during 25 years now. We are currently deeply involved, assisting, for instance, the European Commission with the European Blockchain Services Infrastructure project. And even this means that we are trying to support this text orientation to the law that Rapulas has explained briefly. And we are deeply involved as well in the standardization activities. In fact, I'm convening the JTC 19 Working Group 1, where we have approved a new work item to produce a technical specification, European technical specification for decentralized identity management, which is something that we will be discussing during these days. We are as well participating in ISO TC307. In that place, precisely, we are leading the technical report on trust anchors. In fact, this morning we had the last meeting, and hopefully we will be going for publication immediately. So this is another interesting topic area. And finally, being a lawyer myself, having a PhD on the EIDAS, I'm deeply convinced that yes, we need regulations to make these trustless machines trustworthy. Somehow.
Fantastic. That's really great. So I think there will be a lot to discuss. So can we go to Antonio, who is presenting the Trublo next generation internet activities.
Hello, good morning. My name is Antonio. I work for F6S from Coimbra, Portugal. Trublo was funded as an NGI project, and our goal is to, the name of the project is Trustable Content on Future Blockchains. So Trublo is an accelerator for early stage ideas. It's an acceleration with 39 months. It will end in October next year. We are funding SMEs with a total of 4.2 million, 45 projects. Will receive 75,000 euros, and 9 additional projects will get, or out of these 45, better said, 9 projects will get an extra 1,000 euros to develop their ideas and go to the market. We have essentially 2 use cases. One is to enhance trust and reputation models on blockchains. Sorry. And the second use case is proof of location and proof of validity. So with these two use cases, we fund projects on two scopes, from research groups, so early stage ideas, and we want to bring them to TRL 5, so advance them. We understand that they will not be ready for market, but they will be advanced, and we'll funding SMEs, and starting roughly at the TRL 4, and try to help them to reach TRL 8, 9. So in a nutshell, to start, this is what Trubel does.
Thank you, Antonio. I think these proofs, various kind of proofs that also Rapolas spoke about, are really essential, and probably this is something that we need to somehow connect to data that we generate, and so on. So let's go now through a few questions we have compiled just to stimulate your thoughts, but feel free to discuss these questions in any context you find interesting for you. So here is the first slide in which we actually would like to imagine So we would like to imagine several very dynamic, or let's say complex, semantically complex and trust critical ecosystems where data is being collected from the internet and then analyzed by AI or anything, and then we are actually want to ask questions our information system. Sorry? And there is this. Can you imagine this type of ecosystems? Is the question, and what kind of application scenarios would you have in mind? So let's maybe go. One of you can say something. If the others wish to join, you can join. If there is no more interest, then we can go on to the next question. We have around 8 questions to go through. So could, for example, whoever likes to start first, say something.
Maybe.
Yes.
Maybe I can go first.
Yes, please.
So this is, I think, a great slide because it shows the way that the same picture, the same data set can be used to extract different semantics and also different layers of information. Some of them can be deemed as, let's say, publicly available. Some of them with further processing can also be related to topics that touch upon privacy issues. So this is a big issue, I think. Also, I'm coming from the energy sector as well. I'm also affiliated with the Energy Web Foundation. So we have seen this paradigm in energy-related applications. So let's think, for example, for a minute about smart metering data, right? Smart metering data can be used for a simple purpose, for example, as getting your monthly bill out of your supplier. But at the same time, it can, if the granularity of this type of data is, let's say, close to a minute or a 15-minute time period, then someone with access to those, let's say, less harmful data can extract information about my behavior as a habitant inside my house. If I am switching on my AC, or if I'm switching on my water heater, or even if I'm outside of my house. So we need, before we give access to a certain data set, we need always to be cautious and aware of the knowledge that can be mined, that can be extracted out of this data. And I think this is also an important field of applying the concepts of trust, blockchain, decentralized identifiers, self-sovereign identities, verifiable credentials, when we allow to certain entities to have access only to a particular subset of information. And we have seen already commercial applications leveraging data sets by extracting this knowledge locally without the need of transferring the data out of the location where these data are actually produced to a data center outside of my house, for example, if we're talking about smart metering data. So the concept of where the data exists, a concept related to Gdpr issues, as well as the fact that the same data set can contain both public data, but at the same time, data directly related to me as a subject, as the term subject is defined within the GDPR, needs to be taken into consideration.
Okay, perfect. And are there any comments on this? What about the longevity of the data? I mean, any more comments?
If I may.
Yes.
I'd like to point out that being a lawyer, you know, I've been working a lot of time in public sector. So when I see this kind of photograph, I immediately think on using artificial intelligence for inspection. For instance, here you're describing safety and security potential issues. So here, the question is whether this would be considered to be a valid proof in court, for instance. Imagine that I am the administration and I feel that here I can see different potential infringements of the law. So for me, having a blockchain would be a nice way to ensure data provenance. But of course, we need to ensure that this is authentic. So location, being able to capture location, which is something happening in real world, is going to be important. And for this, we need a kind of security layer, not only at the Oracle part, but on the sensor part. In this case, where in this case, the sensor is a kind of photographic machine. And for this, we need things. We need timestamps, probably we need digital seals, and we need this to be connected to a blockchain, because otherwise we will not be able to ensure proof that this is authentic, and then any public procedure that could be automated by inspecting this off-chain data, which probably would be the case, will fail. So if we want to automate, for instance, the inspection process by public authorities, we could use this type of approach of getting real-world proofs of potential infringements, but then we need to ensure that the provenance, authenticity, and here is where we need two layers. One layer is on the blockchain, and this is about trustworthiness of the blockchain itself, trustworthiness of the operation of the smart contract, and trustworthiness of the Oracle. But then we need to not forget about the trustworthiness of the origin.
So what you're saying is we need to have a measure for trustworthiness, which should be taken even from those people who are really concerned with human rights, with all these high-level, let's say, goals that we wish to achieve, and we need to implement them in technology. This is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, right.
And what about the longevity of the data? Do we need to store everything forever? Probably not, right? I don't know.
No.
So
I don't know if my colleagues want to intervene, but I can assure that having everything forever is a bad idea.
Yes, so we need to store the data probably for how long?
Well, this is something that is performed by archive authorities.
If possible, there are different use cases, and for different use cases, normally there are different requirements of storing the data. Like for taxes, I don't know, could be 10 years. I don't know, for some other things could be 3 years. So it's normally related.
So we should be able to store data as long as we want, not too long, not too short.
Yes, but basically also one more thing, when it comes to privacy related data, it should be erasable, so it shouldn't be on blockchain. So that
should be erasable. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at this point, GDPR is quite clear that yes, should be. So no private data on blockchain, and it's very important how its overall system is being implemented.
Okay, I was reminded to just remind everyone of this Slido tool that we have, where you can go and access few more questions, and it would be really great if you can just try to provide some answers. There is a lot of audience on the internet following this, so please go ahead.
Vlado, may I also contribute to this slide?
Please do.
So one of the projects that went to the last phase of our acceleration program, Ledger, is collecting data from aircrafts, from all the data sets that aircrafts transmit, and is storing them. So the point is this data set that they are collecting and notarizing with blockchain touches all these aspects. So it addresses the terms of privacy. In terms of privacy, it's one of the major concerns of the pilots because the behavior of pilots can be extracted from the data that they are collecting, if they are following regulations or not. It's about security, it's about safety, but it's also about notarization of data sets that can later be used to create data-driven, condition-based maintenance systems. So in these cases, EASA is interested in knowing which data sets were used to train specific algorithms. So on one side, as Rapola was saying, the data sets in relation to the privacy part, pilots' behavior, they have a retention period, a specific retention period, which might be small, but if they want to prove that a specific algorithm was trained with a specific data set to avoid bias and so on, the retention period may be a lot longer. So as long as the algorithm is in use, they may need to retain this data set. So it's these three questions we could augment with a lot more attributes, and they all will have different answers. And I'm sure that some projects will, or some solutions based on blockchain will be able to answer only parts of these questions. So there is no single answer in my perspective to everything with blockchain.
Yes, of course. Great, thank you. So let's try to have some sort of shorter answer, let's say by saying, I think it is not, or I don't know, giving your best guess. Is the internet at the moment trustworthy according to you? And what would be the main problem according to you? So maybe we can start backwards. Would you like to start, Antonia?
If we can trust internet, no, I don't think so. The biggest problem, from my perspective, is personal privacy violation and personal data exploitation, because this is what impacts the most the citizens. And for me, the problem is that regular users are not aware of these issues, so they don't take measures to prevent this from happening.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. What about Rapolas?
From my side, what I would like to point out is first we have, of course, internet as information sharing mechanism, which was designed for information sharing, not for keeping privacy. So as it was designed like that, now to set up privacy aspects is, of course, not very easy and not very straightforward. On one hand, on the other hand, of course, our shared information could be exploited in various different ways. So again, it's quite questionable, and we have quite a lot of cases of this happening. And also, there are things like even fake news or some other partial misinformation, which can cause various consequences in various cases. For example, one tweet could cause, I don't know, sell-off of some financial markets and some other things. So these, and that might be not correct information, for example. So there are a lot of things going on. Another thing is quite important is terrorism financing, anti-money laundering, and other aspects. And these are in particular become relevant when we talk about so-called the Web 3.0, which is the Internet of Value, which is basically blockchain-enabled Internet of Value. So in there, we might have these aspects as well. And of course, from the other side, for example, we have privacy concerns and some sort of maybe some sort of autocratic state, autocratic surveillance mechanism, taking advantage and controlling all the aspects of the life. Again, is something in a way concerning. So there are a lot of questions for this trustworthiness, and I would like to thank organizers for this event for basically raising.
Thank you. So can we go to Ignacio?
Yeah. So, I mean, this is a very difficult question, and probably we should split the problem into layers. So, for instance, I do consider that the internet is reasonable trustworthy at the network layer. For instance, we have governance models around the world, so you can rely on the network essentially. For me, the problem of trustworthiness in the internet is about content. So it is true that today, when in the interaction between the citizen and the information service providers, which by the way are more and more the citizens themselves, and this is what the Web2 paradigm was about. We don't know if we can rely on anything. We don't have identity. We don't have provenance. We don't have any way to know whether we are being exploited or we are being infested by fake news all the time. So at the network layer, I feel that more or less it works. But we are lacking clearly an identity layer, which means that anybody can pollute the network with anything they want. And therefore, this generates a lot of problems. And the one main problem for me is indeed the unknown provenance of information. This idea that the world is plenty of fake news all the time, and we cannot ask for liability to anyone. So in this sense, I do believe that we should focus our efforts in making content trustworthy.
Great, perfect. Thank you. And what about Ioannis? You're the...
I would like to second what Ignacio just mentioned. I think on the transport layer of information, like we have all the necessary protocols in place, like SSH and so on. I think the biggest issue is like there is no digital verifiable identity behind the information that is posted. And we also seen what's going on nowadays with deep fakes, right? That are very difficult to distinguish with real world, let's say, videos. And consider also the fact that the majority of the AI machine learning applications are maybe rely on fake information or biased information to create rules for engagement in other situations. One other thing that I would like to highlight is also the fact, again, on the identity layer. I think the way that the internet provided services right now are organized in a more centralized manner. So if you want to, let's say, register to a new service, you would only get the chance to provide your username or password that are already in the possession of your username and password provider, or you can log in via, let's say, a number of famous centralized identity providers. So you still rely on an entity that is holding your private keys, right? Your username and password. So I think a step towards a more, let's say, free internet will entail definitely the use of self-sovereign identities managed, owned by the users themselves, that these identities will be interoperable across different services and service providers, and they will be used for the identity access management of the user identities towards a number of services.
Beautiful. I think this is really fantastic what you're saying, and like the connection actually to reality, the interface between the people, what is happening in the physical world and what is actually recorded in the virtual world, and how do we know that we can trust this kind of information. Okay, so once again, I need to tell everybody that we do have these questions on Slido, so everybody's invited to go and answer some of the questions. So now, because the semantic web was actually built in order to to generate trust. I mean, that was the primary reason of, you know, like building something on the top of the World Wide Web. And the question here is, can you imagine or say what makes the semantic web actually trustworthy, if it does? So maybe we can start with you, Ignacio.
Yeah. Well, again, this is a very good question. I remember many years ago in projects where we were working in legal semantic web, there was an interesting discussion about how it was possible to determine that the data schema was real. And moreover, how was it possible to determine that the data schema, such as, for instance, an RDF schema or an XML schema, or even an old ontology, was attributable to anyone, to a person, and it was, authentic. And to this end, there were proposals to use digital signatures to be able to ensure the authenticity of the data schema itself, and therefore, by connection, the authenticity of any entity described by that schema. This, in fact, was a proposal by Tim Berners-Lee, and it did not succeed because we are not signing, you know, the instantiations of the data schemas at all. But blockchain may provide a new opportunity for this. And in this sense, there are real use cases where we're using blockchains to anchor data schemas related to digital identity. And therefore, we are already using this approach to ensure that if I have a national ID card with a set of attributes, and there's a data schema describing this, for instance, supporting zero-age proofs of my age, for instance, we can anchor this schema data on a blockchain, for instance, to determine that it is authentic, it was generated by the national police in this case, and therefore it is reliable. In this sense, I believe that using blockchains for the provenance of the semantic data schemas could make the semantic web more trustworthy.
Excellent, yes, great. Any more comments from the others?
Yes, I have one comment. Probably we should not forget also standards and standardization, which basically make implementations more, how to say, trustworthy and more transparent and increase the trust in it.
Oh, yes, of course. Standards are really essential to make the common actually understanding of things among participating entities. Actually, this brings us to, I think, the next question, unless there are more comments on the previous one, but these two are related, so you can just say on both topics your opinions. It's actually about ontologies, because ontologies are some sort of standards, aren't they? Because people need to agree on the type of concepts they wish to use. Like, they need to agree what is a chair, and if somebody wants a chair, the one should get a chair and not an apple. So how do we agree on the common concepts that we use, and how can this be actually used to achieve or support trustworthiness? I mean, what you mentioned, standards, these are some way of agreements among people, among companies. So any more opinions on these two topics?
I would like to add that ontologies frequently are part of standardization efforts, same as terminologies.
But how do we, can we use, for example, blockchains to agree on concepts? For example, we agree that in the neighborhood, we wish to keep our neighborhood clean and tidy. So can the people who live in this neighborhood agree on that on the blockchain, and then somehow implement their decision?
Yeah, if I add something here, yeah, I think, yeah, this brings me back to this nice, let's say, code vs text debate. I think this is what DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, is all about, right? So you need to find the consensus on what you define, what is your definition of the term clean, or what is your definition of the term fast. And this is what I think it is necessary when we are building a standard that contains also an ontology, right? We need to have the consensus of the majority of the people involved in the definition of the standard of this ontology, that we have the same consensus of what we mean when we're referring to a specific term. So I think this is definitely something that highly relates to the benefits provided by blockchain technology.
Yes, so it's possible then to somehow, in the structure of blockchains, to use ontologies to support trustworthiness.
Definitely, I think they can be part also of verifiable credential schemes, right? So you can put all the information in a structured manner, so it also, let's say, makes sense for everyone.
If I may.
Yes.
I'd like to add, I don't know if I'm going to solve anything or if I'm going to generate more confusion, but here we have lots of potential issues. For instance, I can imagine ontologies precisely defining trustworthiness concepts, which would be interesting. But this is something which is off-chain. So I'm going to center myself into ontologies, for instance, describing consensus mechanisms or ontology describing protocols that could be then used for understanding the reliability and trustworthiness of a blockchain itself. This is interesting, specifically because if we are to use smart contracts on the internet, and if we want to use smart contracts that are able to reason, then we need specific ontologies for logic programming on a smart contract fashion. And this is everything but trivial, because you are going, and as you know perfectly well, to enter into the debate of the computational feasibility of description logic. So in this sense, probably we have different layers of ontologies describing different things. So while I'm supporting what my colleagues have said about even DAOs defining terminology, at the end of the day, you need to program something. So except if this DAO is oriented to program smart contracts under a DAO control, and if they and doing this by using ontologies, then we need, for instance, standards as well, and we need other actors as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, perfect. And very interesting. I think it really touches in the core of also the Ontochain project, what you said. Let's maybe go to the next question. And a technology viewpoint, because you said, okay, you need to somehow embed the proofs and everything in the structure, and then use this structure, I mean the ontology, to be able to verify whether we can trust something. So this is really interesting. And can you see from the viewpoint of, because blockchains are a shared ledger, so shared data. And also ontologies are shared conceptualization. So, and both are about building trust, because people give, spend their money for tokens, and then they, trade tokens. So obviously they trust the system. And on the other side, semantic web is about building trust. So do you see these two type of technologies integrating at one point, and what is their meeting point? Maybe we can start with, I don't know, Antonio.
Yeah, so I really don't have a strong opinion on this. For me, the merging point or my focus now on our project is to make sure if from a business point of view this makes sense or not, and at which point it will make sense. Again, going back to the requirements or the specific requirements of each use case, then it might make sense to do it or not. So this is all I can say.
Okay. Any more comments on this integration scenarios?
Yeah. Yes. Yes, I have a comment. So which is interesting when I see this slide, which is really interesting for me, is the fact that we started building blockchains that were non-programmable, but now we are building blockchains that are programmable. This is, for instance, the big success of Ethereum, that it gives you the possibility of program your own blockchain, to say it so, because it is a universal machine. That means that the semantics of transactions that are supported by the blockchain are not necessarily defined anywhere. And in fact, today, it is difficult to understand what is the actual meaning of something that is happening on a blockchain. For instance, there are use cases where we anchor things and then we say that this is an NFT, and we have minted a digital set. In other cases, writing a proof on the blockchain might have the semantics of transferring the value like a bank check as it was in paper. So what I'm trying to say with this is that all blockchains work together or are based on implicit knowledge, and there are really semantic problems. One interesting point of joint point of between blockchains and semantic web would be really to define the semantic meaning of a specific type of transaction which is written down on the blockchain, and this should be explicit. And for that, you should be using ontologies, and these ontologies could support logic programming on that blockchain. But then we come back to the DL computational limitation problem. So it will not solve all the problems, but probably, yes, programmable blockchains should use ontologies to properly define the meaning of the transactions that are anchored. And this is something that today is not happening.
Actually, essentially, what you're saying is that we could build regulatory mechanisms for the government to observe that what people are sharing is, let's say, based or in accordance to regulation.
Yeah, for instance.
For instance.
This is one possibility.
And if a company, for example, does not, achieves all the standards for operation, then a government or a regulator can just look into the blockchain and see, aha, this is missing, this is not missing, this is really high standard.
Yeah, you could use ontologies to define regulatory operations, and then you could use automatic compliance systems to check whether this is being fulfilled or not. But for this, you need proper semantics.
Yes, exactly. Some of our projects, like records of processing activities on Toropa, does address this type of questions. Any more comments on this?
I would like just to add one, because yesterday I was reading one regulation on transport in Portugal, and they actually managed to write exactly the opposite of they intended in the regulation. So the use or if we have ontologies to describe smart contracts and data on the web, they probably could also be used by regulators when they are creating the legislation, and this would ease the burden of the which is more valid, the code or the text. So if the text is also created thinking or using the same ontologies, then we might have an easier burden to create the smart contracts and make sure that it could be transferred for the virtual world.
Okay, very interesting. Thank you. So more comments? Or maybe, so because we have just 5 more minutes left, I would maybe stay with this slide as a last slide, and then just show you the rest of the slides. What advanced data properties can be achieved? We discussed already some of them. For example, the Trublo project has this proof of presence and proof of location type of and reputation mechanisms. But what other advanced properties can we achieve by using these semantic blockchains? would somebody like to address this? Can we just name more properties of data that, for example, we talk about traceability of the data, we talk about transparency, and so on?
If I may, very quick, probably data sovereignty is, for me, the most important one. And trustworthiness of this sovereign data could be the main topic of having semantic blockchains.
Okay, great. Data sovereignty, I think it's really very important. So now there are some questions also from the audience. Maybe we should, these are actually in this slide, are the questions and the type of topics that are currently being addressed by the 30 sub-projects of the OntoChain project. So we are discussing, and we are discussing the potential to build various type of applications. They fit in the context of, let's say, path tracing, or we do have some intermits. Aha, you want to, let's go and see. So these are like some of the answers that we received. What real-world data properties can be discovered by means of consensus protocols was one of the questions. Would somebody like to comment on this? State, scalability, security, price. These are the answers, yes. So security, decentralization. If there are no comments, I think we can just need to consider longer what this means. What about the next answer or question answer? What is the highest concern that you have about the untrustworthy internet? So it's about security, trust, privacy, spam and AI bots, and data privacy. Okay, so these are also very high-level comments, but yes, very interesting. Are there more questions, or? Which type of application scenarios should we prioritize? And they say social networks, and what I think was Ignacio that said about self-sovereign identity, right? I think.
Yeah, and Yonis, I think that he also mentioned that.
Yeah, and I think this is also very well aligned with European initiatives like the GAIX framework, that is trying to create, let's say, data spaces across several verticals like health sector, energy sector, and so on. And self-sovereignty, so sovereignty is one of the key aspects of the GAIX initiative.
So can we, for example, because we have these social networks here, can we imagine blockchain
reference identifier, which is usually called a DID, and you control that without depending on anyone. And therefore, instead of having your social graph in a social network provider, which is a big surveillance business, you know, in the United States, and a policy of some states in the world, like China, on the contrary, you have the control over the graph of your identity attributes. And this is what this is at the core of self-sovereign identity. And for this, to implement self-sovereign identity, we really need linked data, we need ontologies, and we need standards to be able to reason about who we are, clearly.
So speaking about, because you have really very thoughtful, I think I really like, so would you imagine that part of the graph comes is kept by the individuals, and part of the graph is shared among everybody?
Yeah,
with the proofs and with the stuff.
Yeah, this is the point precisely. So you have your own graph with your own identity attributes under your control, and then you decide if you share attributes or predicates over attributes, namely zero-knowledge proofs, or even if you want to go for multi-party computation, where they send the algorithm to you instead of sending you the data to the algorithm. And this is the essential conflict we're having or we're going to have with big social network providers, specifically when moving into the metaverse, which is a big surveillance strategy.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So more comments, or maybe is the last one. Okay, what are the main technologies that a trustworthy internet should employ? Transparency, it was already mentioned in the form of traceability. I think one of you mentioned this topic as a very important topic. Security, of course. Okay, traceability. I think all these topics that we already discussed, but if there are any more comments, please go ahead before we conclude. Yes?
If possible,
yes?
Basically the right to be forgotten is quite well built into GDPR. And in a way, we would need to find a way to combine this right to be forgotten with transparency, which is offered by blockchain. And sometimes, sometimes we need to find this answers to the right to be forgotten, basically, because it's a private. Basically, it's a privacy as well. Individuals have self-respect, and sometimes individuals don't want everything to be tracked online. So maybe this privacy aspects are as well important, and as well as if we're talking about finances, to ensure that finances don't go to, let's say, terrorists or some sort of money laundering or criminal activities as well.
Okay, so we have two more questions. Which have you considered using formal proof for smart contracts development? These are like very concrete questions. And how far are we from having blockchains recognized legally as ledgers for contracts ownership? I think this would be the Rapola's question.
If possible, then I will take this one. So we have the Data Act, where we have electronic ledgers. Basically, the definition, and if this Data Act will be adopted, we will work likely on a standard to define these electronic ledgers, what are qualified electronic ledgers, and likely there would be understanding that some of them are centralized and some of them are decentralized. So probably over few years, upcoming few years, we would have some sort of this definition in.
Thanasis from the audience says that also EPSI has this as a notarization services. Yes.
Yes.
This is
EPSI.
Yeah.
EPSI has the so-called notarization services for documents in a way recognized, and also, for example, another thing that EPSI has is wallets, and they have basically verifiable credentials based definitions how these wallets should be operating, and they have some sort of EPSI conformity procedure how these wallets should conform to EPSI requirements.
Okay, perfect. So
may I add something?
Yes.
It is, I don't want to correct Rapolas, but from a strictly legal perspective, not from the standardization perspective, the idea is that in less than 1 year, electronic ledgers will be regulated. So from that moment, you will benefit from the non-discrimination principle, meaning that you can go into court with a ledger in all cases, and we will need more time to produce the standards to be able to qualify ledgers. In this case, you will be getting a presumption of conformity of anything written down as a correct sequence of chronological events.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so because we're running out of time, we will continue, of course, in just a short while, so 11:30. I think if there is anybody from you that wishes to say something more, go ahead.
May I just would like to reiterate on what Rapolas was saying about the right to be forgotten, and how ontologies can help this, because the right to be forgotten is not an absolute right. Okay, so if entities need to or are obliged to maintain data for tax reasons, for regulations such as telecommunication or whatever, one of the major issues is for them to identify which parts of the data set they should destroy if the person invokes the right to be forgotten, and which ones need to be kept for regulation issues. And this, I think, is one of the aspects where ontologies can help. So really identify which parts of the data set should be kept for how long, and which the entities should comply with the right to be forgotten.
Mm-hmm. And this is very, very valid comment, and also formal proof this, because ontologies are something that one can reason about.
Also, if I may add something, I think this is a very important topic, and I think it has been in a debate for a long time about if and how blockchain technologies are compliant at all with GDPR regulation. From my experience in the energy sector, I have been participating in a few projects where, let's say, we were dealing with identities and verifiable credentials, and the way this compliance with the right to be forgotten was tackled by just, let's say, anchoring the sensitive private information off-chain, and just create an anchor to the identity related to this verifiable credential with the identity of the subject on-chain. So anything that was deemed to be private information was always kept as a verifiable credential off-chain, and upon user's request can be wiped off with no traces left behind.
Okay, perfect. So I think we are practically done with our session. I would like to thank you very much for your participation here that enhanced our event quite a lot. And I would like to thank to the audience here as well. And let's have a 6-minute break before we go on to the next session. So see you later.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Questions came because first I thought there would be no questions, and then there were the questions. Why no questions? Huh? Why no questions? Because they said to me that nobody answered the questions in the internet. There were no responders on the internet to answer questions. So then it was like, doesn't make sense for us to discuss answers for 2 people on the internet. These questions on Slido? Nobody answered. 2 persons were answering, right?
But the questions weren't expected from the beginning. Only open questions. Open questions almost at the end. The only thing that we were using Slido was to collect answers, not to collect questions.
There are 2 types of questions. There is a poll and there is the questions for
so we put questions, right?
Yes. From the beginning.
I mean, you showed the poll results.
From the beginning.
Yeah, but this was like a very small poll.
Yes. Yeah, we didn't get much feedback in the poll.
So that's the point. I mean,
at one point.
But the 2 of you, please, where can I download the slides to the next session?
the folder.
They are in yours, Slava?
Huh?
Yours are
Let's make sure that in 4 minutes.
no, the slides for now?
Yes, they should be there.
Right?
No, where can I download them from to put them in this meeting?
Which the slides?
So in this
Session.
you are just moderator, right?
No, I put the slides on the.
Are you in the
second
session as well?
In the web folder. I put 3 slides. I put.
Come with me.
Because they said to me
easier.
to get. I put slides for all everywhere I mentioned. So
Hold it, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. All here. Maybe I can already open the first to make Laura's life easier.
Yes.
So shall we have the second one? Session. So shall we start with the second session? It is the time and people are on the internet. Okay, so hello everyone in the second session. So I'm just going to open this session. There are several presentations from the OntoChain core team following this, and they are going to be related to all the necessary aspects of OntoChain that one wishes to understand in order to be able to engage with our software ecosystem. So I'm here playing the role of a technical coordinator in the project, and my role is to oversee mainly the software development process and the type of integration and other activities that we do in the project. So now, talking about addressing the needs of semantically complex, dynamic, and trust-critical ecosystems, there are many scenarios that we have considered in our project for the purpose of developing specific applications. And what we expect in the really near future is that participants applying for new OntoChain-based applications would be able to highlight the type of trust issues that they are able to solve or will be able to solve with their applications. We talked already about several data properties that can be generated in this process. And here are some kind of questions that could, if we can answer them correctly, could contribute to building trust. For example, can I prove my identity without giving sensitive information? Should the door of my home automatically open to an unexpected visitor? So can blockchain recognize that this visitor is my friend and we wish to, let's say, invite this person to our home, and the door would automatically open by blockchain, let's say, function. Should I borrow my car to my neighbor for €5 per hour? Is a question. And how do I answer this question? Maybe I'm interested in things like the reputation of this person, the neighbor, with driving cars, or maybe some other questions like whether the insurance company would be willing to insure this business for 1 hour. These are the type of questions that are being solved in one way or another by some of our 30 OntoChain projects. For example, another is this that we already discussed about different proofs. For example, proof of location or proof of presence. So can we prove on the blockchain, can the student being at lectures prove on blockchain that this student has actually done so? And in this case, there would be some, let's say, competence provided to this student. And many other questions like this. So the OntoChain software ecosystem, which is being built now, touches upon all these questions and actually fills the gap between blockchains, which are basically infrastructures where you can record specific information in a way that it's, let's say, very secure, and it's governed by specific consensus protocols. And we already discussed that these consensus protocols are maybe not fully optimal always. And then there are all these type of applications that we really wish to achieve and trust from the real world. We wish to, like automate our living, make it easier for us to interact, make it more sustainable, our living, so that we don't have so many cars around us, so many things that we don't need, and really make life more nice living better. So the question is, what sits in between these applications and the blockchains? So what we try to achieve in our project is to build a portfolio of technologies and protocols and applications that can be used to showcase such very advanced properties that from one side provide trust in specific use cases, and this trust can be very well pinpointed, and on the other side they're sustainable by themselves. So these are the main goals: to build this software ecosystem and to design these advanced on-chain applications by using technologies and concepts introduced by our project. And there will be more word about it very soon. So the data that can be managed today is far beyond what blockchains can manage today, of course, because we have data coming from the Internet of Things, data coming from the artificial intelligence methods, data coming from that are generated in the cloud. So we want to have trust in all this, you know, like our data being processed in the cloud, our data being recorded on the blockchain, knowing what specific artificial intelligence method can find out about ourselves. For example, can it find out I'm happy or not? Can it find out am I in a safe environment or not? So we wish to prevent the use of information in a way that it's not legal, as we discussed just in the previous session. So in our project, what we do and the value of the software ecosystem that we are building, so what is the value? The value is that we analyze, on one side, a plethora of application scenarios, based on which we have opened now the third open call of OntoChain. And on the other side, we map it to different type of technologies that one can use in specific use cases. Like, for example, if you want to support public administration, if you want to support municipalities to build their, you know, systems that would support their cities to become more friendly for their citizens, and so on. So these are the type of portfolio of applications and services we're building, and that's the value that we perceive first in our project. And there are many application domains. You can read about them in the Open Call 3 topics, but this Open Call 3 is not restrained only to those topics. So there is one topic that you can just apply with any idea that you would like to apply. And as you know, our ecosystem has evolved in time, starting from a core team of partners, and they're going to present now, being enlarged in the first open call, which has been very explorative. We received many applications from throughout Europe, and we selected around 17 projects to explore core technologies and core application ideas. And in the Open Call 2, we have a running 13 projects that are developing core technology bases. How to handle blockchains with databases, how to do this and that. You will hear this. So now we are at the front of the Open Call 3, and we wish to engage with any potential partners in this development of our software ecosystem in a way that would build a really significant and really important portfolio of software that can be used to showcase to all these potential actors, like companies, like municipalities, like governments, like citizens, to anybody who is in great need of trustworthy applications on one side, and also interested in engaging in very dynamic, very semantically complex ecosystems, could move from one city to another and have the trust, find the trust in anywhere one moves around. So thanks for this, and now I leave the floor to our participants, of the core team members, Thanasis Papaioannou, Anthony Simone, and Mr. Ciaramella from Italy, to present their viewpoints, Alberto Ciaramella, so that you can present the different viewpoints at our software ecosystem. So I think, Thanasis, it's your... it's Anthony's turn now. Sorry, not have the program in front of me. I think it's my turn.
Check. So I still don't have slides or whiteboard. Anyone is going to help me or? Thank you. All right, thank you, Katia. So my name is Anthony Simone Boulogne. I am the head of research and innovation at iExec. iExec is a core partner of OntoChain, meaning that we actively participate in the open call procedure and in the coaching of the selected projects. We have been coaching over, I think, 30 projects since the beginning of OntoChain. The services we provide are around blockchain, trusted executions, oracles, confidential computing. And I am here to talk about the architecture and the infrastructure for OntoChain. So the idea is that OntoChain actually aggregates several teams who provide individual components or building blocks for building applications related to trustworthy information exchange and next generation internet. And all of these individual components need to be assembled or glued together into a coherent ecosystem that people can use, hopefully very soon, to build these applications. So this presentation will come in two parts. First, I would like to talk about the high-level architecture and the building blocks that we already have. I will quickly mention the building blocks that we want. And the second part will be the OntoChain pilot network, the infrastructure, the actual infrastructure that we will use for deploying the services that we have built until the end of the project. So first, the OntoChain architecture. Here we talk about this diagram and the building blocks. So at the very higher level, the architecture is in 3 layers. At the bottom, we have the distributed ledgers. So here we mean the blockchain and decentralized storage. This is basically the infrastructure. On top of that, we have ontologies, ontology services. that built on top of the infrastructure and that provide building blocks to applications and applications on top, obviously. On the right, we have this very large transversal block, which is interoperability and interoperability modules and protocols that provide services to all of the other layers. So here we are in a kind of gray area, but we'll get into a little bit more details. But again, at the very high level, it looks like this. OpenCore 3 will provide applications, and everything else was mostly covered by OpenCore 1 and OpenCore 2. So again, OpenCore 1 and OpenCore 2, OpenCore 2 is still ongoing, provide building blocks, and OpenCore 3 will provide mostly applications and demonstrators. So we could get into more details, and we will get into more details, but I will try to not spend too much time discussing individual projects because we don't have 2 hours. I think I have only 30 minutes. But there are still a lot of things that we can say. So if we look at a little bit more details into the building blocks, starting from the lower end, in distributed ledgers, we think of obviously decentralized storage, sidechains, and tokens. So we are discussing business model, tokenomics, incentives, and all of this will be supported by the selected blockchain. And we have decentralized oracles. Here are mentioned 4 of the projects that contribute to decentralized oracles. If you look closely at the figure, which is also part of the OpenCore 3 documents, so this is a reference figure for applying to OpenCore 3, you will see that each block has several projects that contribute to the block. Don't take it too formally. It is kind of hard to classify these projects. Some projects are in different blocks. Some blocks don't have a project. Doesn't necessarily mean that they are not addressed. It just means that it was hard to classify them. So for decentralized oracles, for example, we have Bowler, Chain, DesmoLD, and ALOS. If we go one step above, ontologies. So here we have building blocks related to the semantic web and ontologies. Ontology representations, how to represent real-world assets in a common language. I'm not a semantic web person, so I cannot talk in too much details, but that's the way I understand it. How do we represent formally in a common language what things in the real world are? That's ontology representation. And then we have semantic linking. How do we link these things in the real world to the blockchain? How do we give a blockchain identity to assets from the real world? Then we have data provenance. So data provenance here is a little bit broader than what it is usually. In my education, I was told that provenance was basically tracing the origin of data, who created it, which software, which version, which library, who modified it. Here we're going a little bit further, and we're thinking of data validation, reputation, and we even have here copyrightly about copyright infringement for data. Then semantic matching and reasoning is about services that are built on top of these ontologies. So for example, like Vlado said this morning, if someone wants a chair and I have something that is like a chair but has only 3 legs, like a stool, is it still a chair? Is it not? We need a service to actually compare these ontologies, match offer, demand, verify that things are valid with respect to user requirements and so on. So this goes into semantic matching and reasoning. And again, what's important here is this is not specific to OntoChain, all of this. What is specific to OntoChain is that they are built on top of this distributed ledger, which means that all of these services, all of these answers provided by these building blocks, they need to be assessed by a blockchain, by a distributed or decentralized consensus. We need to provide trust regarding why an answer was provided by these building blocks, and this is what makes OntoChain different. Applications, I will not talk about applications so much because again, they are part of OpenCore 3 and we have a whole session this afternoon about OpenCore 3. So I will leave this for later. Then on the right, we have again subdivided the interoperability modules and protocols into two categories. The core protocols are a little bit lower levels. So we have, let's see, authorization. So here it's about giving consent to access data. We are talking about self-sovereign identity. HIBI is dealing with eIDES identities, so linking an actual European identity card to a blockchain identity for key recoveries or for signing transactions. Certification also, can I certify that this person is really who they are? Can I certify that this blockchain identity is related to a German citizen, for example? This is, yeah, verifiable credentials, yes. This goes also with identity management. If I'm on a social network and I tweet something about COVID-19, how do I prove that I know what I'm talking about? How do I prove that I'm a physician without saying who I am and where I work, for example? So verifiable credentials. We have, again, decentralized storage and this notion of data pods. Cross-chain transactions. Here we're looking for services to transfer not only assets, but also information from chain to chain. So if I have some verified information on one chain, how can I transfer it into another chain by preserving what makes the information trusted? Ontochain API gateway. So here we're thinking of a single entry point for external applications to use Ontochain services and to discover Ontochain services. Reputation models, generic on-chain reputations for any goods and services. Secure data exchange. If I granted with my identity an authorization to use some data, how do I make sure that the services that use the data actually respect the rules? How do I make sure that if I provide my information to be analyzed by some software, I still retain the ownership of my data? Can I have some oversight on how my data is being used? Multi-source identity verification, again related to certification, reputation models. How can I build stronger identities by merging or aggregating several identity sources? Semantic matchmaking is what I talked about earlier, decentralized autonomous organizations. So here we're looking for things related to public good, associations, citizens organization, and finally provenance APIs. So again, many projects here. I think we had 31 funded, 12, 11, 12, 13. 13 are still running. So I will not go into details. What I encourage you to do is, yes, I tried to circle here the projects that will be giving a presentation either today or tomorrow. So I encourage you to attend these presentations and see what they're about. It could inspire you for applying to OpenCall 3. It could also inspire you application ideas. And I think this is all for the architecture. And now I'm going to talk about the Ontochain pilot network. So what is the pilot network? Why do we need one? Why am I here? So the idea is the funded teams provide services. They are building amazing applications and building blocks, and we need to deploy them somewhere. We also need to experiment with business models. We need to decide and to try out different sort of tokens, incentives, business models, like I said. And we need to validate some assumptions, verify the integration between the services, and prepare for the commercial exploitation. Ontochain ends in September 2023. Right now we are in June 2022. So we have until about next year in summer to deploy this network, deploy some applications and building blocks on top of it, see if they integrate well, test some business models, and then decide what do we do next. Do we go with the pilot that we have? Do we tweak it? Do we start with something new? Basically, it's all about experimenting from one until next summer, learning from these experiments, adapting, and after the end of OntoChain, going into commercial exploitation for us, and more importantly, for the funded partners. Now, in terms of the pilot, we made some decisions, we had to, and I wanted to motivate one of them, which is, what is the underlying network? Or why the EVM? I ran a quick, but not so quick, survey of all of the funded projects. And I can say very safely, very conservatively, that over 50% of the projects that were funded in OpenCall 1 and OpenCall 2 use the EVM. This is very conservative because sometimes there is a gray area. Some projects are agnostic. Some projects, when they were funded, had not decided which network they wanted to use. Some projects were not, were adapting to blockchain but didn't have made any decision yet. So roughly, I can say over 50% of the projects funded support or use the EVM. Actually, it's closer to 70%. And this is why we decided to go to Ethereum. Now what we did is that at Exec, we had a blockchain already that is called Belcourt that we launched in 2019. And that was fairly centralized, meaning that we had 5 nodes that we use only for our own application and business. And we decided in the consortium to open it, to add new validators, to distribute the validators all over Europe among the core OntoChain partners, and to use this new extended blockchain as the pilot network for OntoChain. So here are the properties of the chain, I mean the main properties. Its name is Belcourt. It is an EVM compatible chain. The consensus protocols is proof of authority. And more precisely, it's authority round. So we have currently 8 validators, 7 or 8. The 8th one, I think, is IntelliSemantic and is being deployed at this very moment. Authority rounds means that every validator validates 1 block in a round-robin fashion. It is bridged to mainnet for trust, but more importantly, the consensus protocol, proof of authority, was picked for energy efficiency. The block time is about 5 seconds. We have no gas price. I mean, the transaction fee is 0. The reason for that was to facilitate onboarding. This way, you can just go on Belcourt and run transactions with an empty wallet. You can just create a wallet, not put anything on it, not buy any Ether, any cryptocurrency, and you can run transactions. It is public, and here is the link to the Explorer if you are curious about what is going on this chain. I already said that block time, block size, this is very low level. The token, the native token on Belcourt is RLC. It is the iExec cryptocurrency. It is fully ERC20 compliant. This does not prevent from deploying other tokens on Belcourt if you want to try. It also doesn't stop us from trying any sort of new tokens for business models, like Thanasis will present very soon. Like I said, we have 8 validators. I will say a little bit more about that. 2 access nodes for boot nodes. This is maybe a little too much information. What I wanted to say is that the validators are span over, let's say, Southern Europe. So we have one in, we have the exec ones in France. I think we have 5 in France, 1 in Italy with the IntelliSemantics, 1 in Greece with the University of Business and Economics of Athens, and 1 in Slovenia with the University of Ljubljana. In terms of how to use the network, so this is more related to OpenCall 1, OpenCall 2, but maybe also to OpenCall 3 applicants. At the moment, you cannot deploy smart contracts if you are not whitelisted, but anyone that is part of OntoChain, OpenCall 1, OpenCall 2, and the successful applicants to OpenCall 3 can be whitelisted. You just need to ask us. The client is Open Ethereum, so that's for sending transactions or developing your applications. Then I put some links to the node monitoring tool, Netstat, and to the Explorer. So Netstat is to look at the status of the validators. You can check that they are running, that their latency is below 5 milliseconds, and that everything is working fine. And the Explorer is to look at the transaction, the smart contracts deployed on the chain, the blocks. You can verify that the block is actually indeed validated every 5 seconds and so on. And I think this is my last slide. I've been asked about how can we grow this infrastructure more, and will it grow more? So it's very hard to answer this question yet. It's a little early. Will the network grow? Yes, it will grow for sure. But it depends on what will be the business model. We are looking into different ways to actually onboard partners into the chain. And we don't know what onboard means. Does it mean adding new validators? Maybe, maybe not. The thing is, we cannot have 50 validators on a proof of authority consensus. So we need to find a way to onboard people, maybe in a different way. And that's about it. As a conclusion, I'll encourage you to come and watch all of these presentations. Some of them to the Knowledge X will be this afternoon. And then in order, DKG from Repeatable will be in the morning, and Kerchain to PySwap will be in the afternoon. Come to us, ask us questions, ask them questions, and also don't miss the presentation of OpenCore 3 this afternoon to have more information about these application blocks that I presented very, very briefly. I think that's all for me. I don't know if I was fast or slow. So we don't have questions now, right? If you have questions, if there are questions, I can take 1 or 2 questions. If not, I will give the floor to Thanasis. No question.
Doesn't? Okay, thanks. So, hello everyone. I'm very happy to have you all here. And I'm really excited to talk about this vision of building this software framework for the on-chain. And as you will see, we have a vision not only for the software framework presented previously by Anthony, but also for how this system is going to be economically sustainable in the future, and how it's going to expand, and why people should care, and why people should join this, this network, this software framework. Yeah, okay. So I'm Thanasis Papaioannou from Athens University of Economics and Business, in the core team of On2Chain. And together with the rest of the people, we envisioned all this software framework, and we designed this nice, we think, let's say, ecosystem. So let's see how it functions. First of all, what's the value? Why we care about this in the first place? So the thing is that we argue that On2Chain software framework combines some unprecedented functionality towards trustworthy services exchange and trustworthy data handling. So why we say that this is unprecedented? Because although part of the functionality existed in different chains, or it may exist in open source repositories, we have, for the first time, one software framework which combines this functionality together in a compatible and interoperable way. Second, First, what kind of technologies we talk about? We talk about SSIs, self-sovereign identities, verifiable credentials, EIDAS bridge, as Anthony mentioned, most of them previously. So I briefly mentioned reputation management, semantic data management, off-chain and off-chain, oracles, data oracles. This is an important topic, maybe not discussed significantly enough and in depth in the morning panel, but it's a crucial aspect. So we are talking about semantic annotation of on-chain data, for smart contracts and of any kind of logs that are kept in the blockchain. But if you don't make sure that these tags, these semantic annotations are truthful, are trustworthy, then you don't actually have anything which is of value. So the oracles are those ones that really make sure that on the authenticity, on the credibility of the data. And then we also deal with NFT management, with supply chain management, with price determination mechanisms, and other market mechanisms like matchmaking, with privacy-aware data processing, and with blockchain bridges. So all these aspects are there. And they were built by top EU teams, like some of you that are in the audience already, and under a very selective process with 6 million euros funding. So it was mentioned previously by Anthony that we had so many applications, but I have to tell you that the acceptance rate, it was like around 10% in the first, no, less than 10% in the first open call, and around 10% in the second open call. Okay, thanks. And as I said, these modules are interoperable and deployed on a common infrastructure, or being deployed on a common infrastructure, as mentioned previously by Anthony. So what's the point of doing all this? So the point is to be able to build interesting decentralized applications of the future that offer unique services to end users and combine this functionality in unique and unimaginable even now ways. And we put high emphasis on trust and privacy. And this is supported by the approach that we followed, which is trust by design. And high demand for such applications is anticipated. And because, I mean, they have all these unique characteristics that I mentioned, and I will mention some application examples, but more examples will come later from Alberto about the applications that we envision on top of this platform. And we have to say that as compared to the other, let's say, blockchain software frameworks, they do not have many apps deployed on them. And in general, I mean, they don't combine this functionality that we intend to combine, and we combine already. So what's there for new members? For example, for OC3 applicants. They can become members of this OnToChain brand. So we are building a brand here altogether, which is of high value, of high quality, of complementarities and externalities of the efforts of each other. And you have the opportunity, you will have the opportunity, some of you, to collaborate with one of the strongest blockchain communities in the EU. And at the end, as I will try to convince you, you can make profit. And what is expected from new members in the OnToChain community? To complement the existing functionality with new one, creating huge externalities for the whole ecosystem, and to showcase the value of OnToChain with attractive apps for end users. And this should be validated, this argument of that these are attractive applications should be validated with real users. So let's see how this on-to-chain framework, software framework, can be transformed into a business, actually. So let's assume that the on-to-chain becomes a venture that offers some services, and it has two main business use cases. One of them is that is a hosting infrastructure for developing and executing decentralized applications. That's business use case one. And the second business use case would be to be a platform for development and testing purposes for rental. It's a platform for rental, so that new decentralized applications can be built. And in this, let's say, business model, we envision several roles. Like, I will begin with on-to-chain, which is, let's say, it's the core team, which represents the core blockchain platform. And second, I will mention the third-party service components. This is actually all OpenCall 1 and OpenCall 2 selected projects. So these are third-party service components because they represent core services of the infrastructure. And then we have several other roles which are more peripheral. So we have the DApp providers that provide decentralized applications that can be built by DApp developers. So DApp developers and DApp providers can be the same entity, but they can be different. Also, the DApp services are provided to end users for some fees. And all applications, or part of the applications, actually, the smart contracts of the applications are running on a computational infrastructure which is represented by some nodes. And also, the applications in general can employ some real-world data that is provided by data providers. So we envision all these roles in the ecosystem, in the ecosystem economy. And these actors have these relationships here, as you see in this value network. I will come back to the previous slides, but I wanted to show this one first. So you see here all the roles that I described previously. And if we see this as an ecosystem economy, we have that the end users employ some decentralized applications, and they pay some fees to the application providers. The application providers pay some fees to the on-to-chain platform for executing part of their applications on the platform. And the on-to-chain platform shares these fees with the third-party service components and with the computational resource providers. So we have a split of revenue among the different roles. There are special categories of end users, which can be big corporates that also dictate their own requirements, and also public institutions that also can influence, let's say, the services that are provided on top of this platform. And also we have the data providers that provide data to the application providers. So in general, as you see here, on-to-chain platform, it's kind of encapsulating the functionality of different service providers, which is combined together to support the services of the app providers. So you see that these platform service component providers are these third-party service components which are here, which constitute together the on-to-chain platform. So let me go back now to the overall business model. So it's a software as a service, platform as a service business model. We envision some one-off subscription fees. We envision one-off subscription fees or transaction fees for DApp developers and DApp providers to build and deploy their services. And the idea, as I said previously, is that end users pay the DApp providers for DApp transactions, and part of the transaction fee goes to the OntoChain, part of the transaction fee goes to third-party providers and to the infrastructure. We do not neglect the interests of any of the roles here in this ecosystem economy. So this is the, let's say, the business model of a service component of a third party here. So they provide to us some software as a service services. I mean, we can function as clients to these third party service component providers. But at the same time, they can provide their services, their APIs, their SDKs to any other client which is not a software platform competitive to OntoChain. So practically to a clone of OntoChain, basically. This is not the only thing that is not allowed. Apart from that, we allow any kind of interactions with any clients. So we made a detailed economic analysis. My slides will be available. I will not go through all the details here, but let me tell you that we have made some realistic assumptions regarding all cost and revenue components here. Just roughly, I would say in a very high level that let's assume that we have a monthly fee of 40 euros for using a DApp for the end users. So the end users pay 40 euros for using a DApp, assuming that on the average 5 transactions are executed monthly in a month period. We assumed that the OntoChain platform will withhold 35% of this transaction fee. And then out of this 35%, it will give to each different service component, which is employed by the DApp provider, 12% of the service fee withheld. So it means that in total, 48% of this 35% which is withheld by the OntoChain is given to the third-party components. Here we assume that we assume a DApp which uses 4 different service component providers. There is a problem with the sound. Sorry about that. So, okay, and also we assume that monthly each DApp provider pays the OntoChain 100 euros for hosting the DApp and another one-off payment of 100 euro one-off. This is one-off. The deployment cost of 100 euro is considered. And yeah, so also we have made a market penetration model, like how many applications will be deployed over time and how many users each application will have over time. We have very modest assumptions there. As we will see if you go into the details, but believe me, it's very modest, according to very modest estimates. And considering all different capital and operational expenses in the platform, and even considering as a total investment for OntoChain 6 million for as a capital investment, then we ended up with some economic analysis per stakeholder. And then we ended up with this kind of value network, which is annotated with what is there in terms of benefit and cost for each, or any kind of economic terms for each of the stakeholders. So in terms of payback period with this capital investment of 6 million, on-to-chain platform can have a payback in 9 years, an IRR, an internal rate of return of 19.1%, and an NPV of 83 almost million. For the service providers, look at this, the payback for them is 6 years, the IRR is almost 50%, and the NPV 18 million. Of course, these numbers are these NPVs are for a horizon of 10 years. And as you can see in this picture here, the impressive thing is that it's win-win situation for all roles. If you check the numbers for the mining node, for the end user, for the dApp provider, I mean, nobody actually loses because there are so many externalities into the system so that each role involved wins. But this is sensitive. I mean, this has to be designed properly so that the split of the revenues among the different users, among the different stakeholders, is done in a rational way, let's say. So, okay, we have done our, let's say, homework regarding the economic analysis of each role. So you see there are some net cash flows and some EBITDA for all roles involved into the system. As I said, it's profitable for everybody. And let's go now to another topic which is of importance, the on-to-chain token design. So how do we support this, I mean, this business model? So, okay, we have some fundamental facts or requirements right now. First, we want the on-to-chain validators. We have the on-to-chain validators which are permissioned for the time being. So we have, as Anthony explained, 8 validators, and we can deploy more, but this is a permission scheme. The third-party participation to the platform is also and will be permissioned, because otherwise, if we have it permissionless, what about the liability if one dApp fails? Who is liable among all service component providers for the failure of one particular application? So in order to have a nice liability model, we also envision a staking approach, which I will not go into details right now. But for the time being, let's assume that the participation of the applications to the platform and the service component providers to the platform is upon contractual agreement. And the dApp hosting is open. Everybody can be deployed on the platform in terms of dApps, as long as they pay the fees. And the dApp execution is open to the users upon subscription or usage-based pricing is employed, and it incurs some transaction fees. So let's assume one dApp example. You remember this this figure which was employed in the morning session about a working environment where you wanted to verify the authenticity of information based on a video stream. So here we have even a more, let's say, futuristic scenario where we have extended reality application for future civil engineering, where we can have remote working engineers. So the engineers can work from their houses and can really have situational awareness based on data collected by oracles. They can interact with workers in the field based on their SSIs. They can trust and make transactions with the people that they work with based on verifiable credentials and based on reputation management. They can share data with the system in a trustworthy manner. They need services exchange, they need trustworthy data processing, they need all these components that we offer in order to run this application. So this could be a DApp deployed on top of OntoChain. And how this works, some app-specific smart contracts are deployed on the OntoChain platform. Some functionality is also deployed at the third party's infrastructure. Of course, the APIs of third parties should be deployable, should be accessible from smart contracts deployed on the OntoChain infrastructure for use inside the decentralized application. So this is the scenario schematically. We have some smart contracts here in the platform. We have a special smart contract that accesses APIs or other smart contracts deployed in a different chain from the third-party providers. Okay, so this circle here is the part of the DApp which is deployed on the OntoChain. So, okay, so the key idea here is for the end users, how end users are eligible to access these services. The key idea here is that we use access tokens instead of coins. So the OntoChain platform will have its own coin. This is for sure, this is decided. The OntoChain platform will have its own coin. And it will use airdrops to the OntoChain Foundation and to third parties. And then there is the notion of these access tokens, which are generated by DApp providers and given to their end users for employing the decentralized applications. So one access token, for example, can give the right to the end users to use the application for 1 month, can serve as a subscription contract. So, but as I said, these access tokens are created by the DApp providers. So in order to create them, they have to pay some coins on some special smart contracts deployed on the OntoChain platform. And the third-party providers announce dynamically some tariffs on the transaction fees that they charge for their services in coins. So overall, if you consider, assume that you have one coin that costs €5, and according to the market price, okay, this is tradable at the exchanges, the coin value. So we don't know exactly what's the price of the coin, but we have the price announcement in coins of the third-party providers for their services for a monthly use. So according to that, it's estimated that for a particular DApp deployment, it will cost the DApp provider 4 coins to use these services. So according to this estimation, the DApp provider charges the subscription fee for one access token charges €35 for one access token. And he says to the clients, okay, pay me €35 and you get one access tokens. And in coins, you can pay me with 7 coins. So go in the market, buy 7 coins, give me 7 coins, and you are eligible to use the services for 1 month. Okay, so how it all functions. We have some computational resources, some validators. As Anthony said, these are the entities that mine coins. These are the entities that create coins. They create the coin supply, and the money, the coin demand is generated by the dApp providers. So the complete story is that, let's say that Alice would like to use 1 monthly subscription of a dApp called Bob, provided by dApp provider Bob. So the cost stated by Bob could be 18 euros. And Alice deposits to the bank account of Bob 18 euro. And Bob delivers to Alice 1 access token for a monthly subscription. But in order to create this access token, Bob needs to send coins to a special smart contract deployed in the chain. So he needs to acquire with this 18 euros some coins, use the coins, create the access token provided to Alice. And the coins are accessible in the open market, and the very first coins are received by the computational resource providers who sell them in the open market. And followingly, both computing resource providers and third parties receive coins for fees. So they are market makers for coins. Overall, this is the picture, but let me make the long story short. I want to convey this message that on-to-chain can be a very promising business endeavor, and it can be a win-win for all stakeholders involved. And the platform will have its own coin. Some details on the tokenomics are still worked out. The on-to-chain platform will be deployed by on-to-chain dApps, and which provide access to the on-to-chain services. What about third-party smart contracts that are payable in different cryptos? So there are different solutions for this. First, we can have real-time exchanges between coins and the different cryptos. Second, we can have special access tokens that contain verifiable credentials or signatures for accessing third-party services. Third, we can employ crypto donations, like the third parties donate to the on-to-chain some cryptos for employing their services, or we donate to them some coins for being able to use their services, or they make some special discounts for the on-to-chain platform. So all these solutions are possible. For example, let me mention the example of iExec. iExec uses RLCs, as I said, and iExec's main service is trusted execution environments. So part of the things that we may need to employ for dApps in on-to-chain may be trusted execution environments. Some applications may need that. So the idea would be there that, as I said, they pay coins to get access token, and then using the access token, being able to access the trusted execution environment provided by iExec in RLCs. So you have these different alternatives there. Either you exchange in real-time coins for RLCs, or you make some arrangement with iExec so that you donate some coins to them, or they donate some RLCs to you in order for the collaboration to take place. And the idea here is that on-to-chain creates additional market, additional clients for all these third-party service providers. So that's what I wanted to say. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer. Yes, please. Can we have the microphone, please? Can we have the microphone? No?
You can use this one.
Okay, well, thank you for the presentation. I remember one slide where you mentioned that the average transaction amount for a DApp user is about 5 transactions
Yes.
a month.
Yes.
Is it a month?
Yes.
So
Do you think that it is short, right? A low number?
yeah, when I imagine using a social network and I click likes a couple of times, I do it probably 100 times
Yes.
a day,
Yes.
1,000 times a month. How does it work?
You can translate this subscription fee that I mentioned, like the 40 euros, you can translate it to any kind of realistic scenario you can imagine. These numbers that I have there in that slide are based on some initial use cases deployed at EPSI currently, and or in proprietary networks, in proprietary networks. So they say the following, that the monthly subscription was about 200 euros, but the average transaction number was like 5. And it was about notarization services that are provided by a private blockchain platform, and these were the realistic costs. But you can put there, we wanted to make it like 5 times less than what I found, like the 200 euros per month that I found, like 5 times less than that, and see what happens. But you're right that if you have a decentralized social network, then the number of transactions would be higher, but the cost per transaction would be much lower in that case, so that you come up with a realistic price which is competitive and digestible for the end user to really switch from a centralized social network where he pays with his data, basically, without knowing it, but he pays like that by being a recipient of advertisement and by providing data for personalized advertisement. But in the other case, he will have to pay like 40 euros for using decentralized Facebook, let's say.
I'm using today a social network which is on-chain, and I don't pay anything.
You don't pay anything because they have this reciprocative, let's say, model.
I can't imagine any social network which requires a subscription fee.
Yeah, okay, maybe this is something that is not applicable for all decentralized applications. What I told you is that I think it was notarization service, and regarding notarization, the transaction fee, it was 200 transaction fee for one transaction.
Okay, notarization is basically the same as creating an NFT. It's a similar task.
Could be,
yeah.
Could be, yes.
So I recently was on OpenSea and uploaded a couple of images, created NFTs, and it cost me nothing.
Yes, notarization is not exactly like creating NFT, because you need to respect some legal structure in order to have it legally binding. Otherwise, you don't do anything. I mean, an NFT is not legally binding. An NFT is not legally binding. Maybe it comes as a surprise to you, but it's not.
Yeah, so, yeah. Okay, thank you.
The idea is that it can become, but you need to structure it properly and to have some specific format and components and constituents in order for it to be legally binding. It can't be made anyway, but it's not. Will OnToChain facilitate interoperability between its token and tokens from other blockchain networks? Yeah, I was trying to address this topic at my last slide. In terms of interoperability, there is not something like that. I mean, there is exchangeability. There is the case where you can use the same coin for accessing two platforms, but there is nothing like interoperability in terms of being able to use interchangeably the two different coins. So this is not going to happen. We don't envision that, but we envision several ways to be able to transform from one coin to another in a transparent way for the end user. So is your business model based on platform capitalism? Yes, one could say that it could be like that, but on the other hand, we have a kind of social welfare perspective, where we, or an egalitarian perspective, where we try to maximize all players involved in the ecosystem, and we are not kind of predating one against the other, or the platform itself does not seek to really maximize profits at the cost of the other players involved into the system. So I hope this answered your question. When the on-chain is fully functional, I cannot really answer this because this also depends on the volume of transactions which are going to be run, but I can, and also we don't know the final infrastructure. Well, we only know the pilot infrastructure. For the pilot infrastructure, currently we are employing this Aura consensus protocol, which is a proof of authority consensus protocol, which practically resembles a centralized validation. It's like, it's a round-robin fashion of validating the transactions, so it's somehow resembles a centralized approach. So yeah, it doesn't currently. It's not expected to cost too much in terms of it's not energy consuming. It resembles centralized processing. But this is the pilot network. Let me tell you about that. I mean, one of the calls for the Open Call 3 is to provide an energy efficient infrastructure for on-chain. So this may also come in the third year of the project. So what property would you improve in existing blockchain platforms? This comes from the audience. User experience. That's very nice. I think, I don't know how many people said this, but it looks like a little bit bold. So it means that at least more than one people chose this one. Some other things are coming up. So yeah, put it back in order to comment it a little bit, just for some seconds. So it's this is actually something that usually you don't see. What you don't see? You don't see in mostly in blockchain. They talk about this technology, the other technology. We have this cryptographic algorithm. We have this scalability, energy efficiency, whatever. But they don't care what's there for the end users. And I'm happy that the audience, at least, they care about this quality of experience of end users, which is really of importance also to us, because only by that way you are going to have attractive applications, and only by that way all this ecosystem will have the gas to really grow. And of course, give back to the community by growing. It's not about platform capitalism, because it's supposed to give something back to the community in terms of quality of experience and in terms of value sharing and ecosystem growing for the social welfare. I cannot read the last one, the trust, the scalability. Yes, okay, of course. I think the rest have been already mentioned in other presentations, and I will give the floor now to Alberto because we are running late. Thank you very much.
presentation. Okay. Okay. I'm Alberto Ciaramella of Interoperability Semantic. I present the last presentation of this morning about applications. Interoperability Semantic is one of core partners of the project. As other partners, we are making selected final winners and coach them. And coaching them is very important, not because they have to train our winners, but because we have to bring our winners to make a synergic view. And as we are seeing from other presentation, we manage really in call 1 and call 2 to make some kind of synergic. It's very important that. My presentation about applications will, in some sense, enter in some more details opened by the last discussion with Thanasis. Hence, today web challenges are, of course, very known. That, of course, today most centralized application database and is efficient, but raise some concern about security, privacy, and trust. Moreover, there is a significant imbalance between user and providers, and this offer is becoming more and more oligopolistic. As this an effect we can solve also by new blockchain solutions, having in some sense a more consortial kind of offers. In any case, blockchain motivation at the high level solve this kind of issue mentioned before. But at the high level, when I have answer, we can say that blockchain is a new kind of architecture evolution, technology capabilities. Hence, we have already web application when it is necessary to go to blockchain. Hence, when you see an old application which with all the technology, there are high risk perceived, and we have to avoid this risk by blockchain. Hence, the blockchain to improve security in comparison to centralized solution. And even in the bank now are switching in some cases to blockchain to have more security. It is a little counterintuitive, but it is this way. Moreover, we can switch from other kind of technologies to blockchain to improve the efficiency and today cost of the solution, as for example, to have a more efficient logistic, because in logistic you have so many players that is a blockchain can be more efficient. But in that case, when you switch to blockchain, we have also to consider the fact that we have already invested in old technology, and there is also some kind of consideration about switch costing switching. And only in some moment this evolution can be accepted. Moreover, there is a wide area which is already attracted many interest to enable new application, no business model, and new markets, because with all the paradigm was not possible, but for example, decentralized finance and so. But in that case, when the situation is very innovative, you have to attract innovative users and early adopter in order to have a positive feedback with them, because innovative users are also an important tracking for these very innovative applications. In any case, hence not all web applications will migrate to blockchain, because, for example, in many cases you have lost investment in the whole technology. Not all possible applications will be successful. And you have to consider two CVs, one on the technology sieve and other is the business sieve. On the technology sieve, you can see now a lot of papers. We say if a blockchain is suitable or it's better to remain in a centralized database, for example, is not strictly needed. But also, if you go to the blockchain, you have to distinguish different kind of solution: permissionless, permissioned and public, permissioned and private, and so. And some on the research consider the permission architecture as the only architecture, but there are also other cases. Of course, are more challenges, and in any case are not the only option to consider. From the point of business, the sieve business, we have to validate the value for customer, the market size and activity, the competition, and the sustainability. And since the call tree is just amount of new applications, take care about that as in my other slides. In any case, in call tree, you have a very important point that we Ontochain we have developed in call 1 on call 2, a rich repository of building blocks, including development tools, as those we are summarized in our repository Ontochain selected project. You will look different 30 applicants of call 1 or call 2, and call 3 participants can combine them together to have a very interesting application. We support self-sovereignty and so and taking advantage of that. In any case, as you see in the past presentation, we have developed a baseline architecture, and we can evolve further with call 3 participants, because we are really two topics. In for call 3, we'll select 3 winners for some evolution of the architecture, and 11 winners for new application based on the existing. Okay, this slide is simply a sort to facilitate brainstorming on that, because application in general can be distinguished by different kinds, as business to business, consumer to consumer, customer to customer, business to consumer, government to government, and different other kinds. Of course, a very exciting perspective for blockchain is to have a consumer to consumer for marketplace of data, services and good between consumers, but other kind of consideration can be taken into domains has to be taken into account, as for example, also much more complex integration. As for example, in business to business, blockchain application will facilitate multi-party interplay, as in supply chain and logistics, and there are many other things that we can take into account in call tree applications. Hence, in call tree, we have identified, in some sense, we have suggested this kind of, we have suggested 11 kind of applications, as for example, semantic energy data management, smart city application, and so. It is, given also the time, it's better not enter into detail about this slide, but you see very well also in the presentation in call tree. As we have 11 domains we have been in some sense suggested, but if you want to have a broad picture, we had added also in another more open, in which any other application is in topic 12, in which, for example, we can add topics as, for example, healthcare, hospitality, tourism, as many others. Just to remind another little point, in our project we have, of course, the core team has also made a lot of, in some sense, studies you can access in our portal with different kind of open deliverable about status of art and different kind of application and like. Okay, why is this taxonomy as being used in our call tree documents? It is possible also to have a broader taxonomy in which, for example, what is summarized here in under others as being expanded in more specific. Moreover, typically it is to have a complete taxonomization of application, it is necessary to add a layer 2. And for example, if we have an energy in layer 2, we can distinguish metering, billing and security, cryptocurrency, decentralized energy trading, green certificates, grid management, and so. These and other kind of things you can eventually find also in other documents. Moreover, when you present applications, of course you have to comply with the typical guidelines of European project, in which there is, in some sense, the technical novelty, you see the impact, and you see also the implementation. In my presentation, I have also some kind of suggestion to you not to overlook the impact. Also because this application has very, in some sense, attract a lot of typical applicants, and we have also to consider the impact. Hence, take care also technology challenges, user challenges, business model, legal challenges, and standard challenges. Blockchain challenges technology, of course, energy consumption, but it is explicitly addressed in also in this call in technology challenge, energy efficient infrastructure. Moreover, we have also to consider the market fragmentation by platform, and so to avoid platform locking. And there is a special mention in service integration, which is one of the call. Then implementation efficiency, and in my opinion also the semantic is also has also some kind of relationship with implementation efficiency. Wise new hardware technology challenges as quantum computer, for me, is a little too advanced to consider now. Hence, from the point of view of challenges for user, taking into account also what has been presented by Thanasis, of course, the business model is fair, but applications we have to attract have to have a real market. Hence, applications have to solve well-perceived user needs. Hence, a good dialogue with the technologies and final use is recommended. Then, you have to identify new applications which can really benefit from blockchain technologies. Then, you have consider the disintermediation effect, but this disintermediation effect is attractive more in some area than in others. Hence, as far as the business challenge is concerned, business model, evaluate cost benefits, don't overlook cost of legacy situation, and be fair in the rewards. Then take into account legal and standards issues. Any comment?
So thank you everyone for following this. Would you like to have some immediate things that you would like to expose or discuss about at this point? We prepared and presented something. And now we want to hear how we could just collaborate together. We want to really, at least on the, whether our, let's say, objectives are common with you, whether our business model is common with you, whether our applications that we consider are as well, you have thought about some sectors and applications like we have thought, or we're missing something. So if anybody wishes to comment on all this that you heard, please go ahead. Okay, so we have somebody there. Alexandra, could you please give the, yes, thanks.
Hey, yeah. One thing I'm really curious about is like the location of the applicants, right? Because we are all in this new Web3 blockchain world. And I think for most of the startups creating their businesses, like mine as well, we're creating them wherever is like the best blockchain regulation, but not necessarily where we live. Like I'm a Berliner, my company is not here, you know? Is that something that you have been looking at, or is there solutions that most people do to conquer this, especially like for like the blockchain track of like NGI? I think that's an open question for me, or DAOs and all of that.
Yes, okay, so maybe I could just shortly, but maybe my colleagues could also, you know, we have this open call topic on the semantic DAO. Because in the virtual world, we can establish our rules regardless of our physical location. Some of the proofs that we need to trust each other, to trust the objects, to trust the food we eat and so on, we can still generate and use them in the virtual world. So here definitely the semantic DAO call topic is devoted to this type of questions of how we could jointly agree on specific rules, regardless of where we are or whatever we want to have as rules and then be able to observe those rules within an ecosystem that can be about planting trees, keeping the city clean, sharing the cars, any type of semantic-based DAO.
Yeah, just to be more specific, there was a slide about the application process, and that was what I was asking for, right? Because part of the application process is a requirement to be like a EU, like one of the member states. But I know, like from myself and like a lot of my peers, they create companies wherever, even though if they're hosted in Berlin. So that's my question. Like that in the application process, have you seen that?
So if you have this process is governed by EU rules, the application process is governed by EU rules. So the European Commission within the Horizon 2020 program has specific rules of who can apply. So physical and legal entities that are established in either member states or countries which are associated to the Horizon 2020 program can all apply. And it could be Americans, could be Chinese, could be African, from anywhere around the world, but you need to have an established legal entity within any of either European member states or countries which are associated to the program, which are, for example, you know, I mean, you can have like Turkey or Australia or South Korea. There are many countries around the world that are associated to the program. So was this your question?
Yeah, exactly. That's my question.
Yes.
So I know there's a lot of DAOs that...
There is a list of those countries that is published, and we can even provide this list, but it's like very well known, of possible countries that could take part in this program. And at the moment, our 30 projects practically cover all countries around Europe and beyond Europe, I think, yes.
So, okay, this is a strict legislative, let's say, thing that cannot, any, let's say, legal entity that doesn't pay the taxes inside EU cannot be funded. I mean, that's the thing, that's the scope of this. Also, it's part of this NGI initiative to create the competitive advantage in terms of blockchain expertise within Europe. So that's the whole purpose of this. But of course, I understand your situation. At the same time, we cannot fund this. I mean, it's not up to us.
Can you go through this?
Yeah, actually, that's becoming interesting. So this is coming from the audience in real time. Some things I think that we all have heard so many times from the morning, like trust and transparency, but I'm seeing some new things, like education, which I find it kind of interesting. And actually, we have a list of application examples, which at some point I will find the opportunity to show you some application examples, but we didn't have any educational ones, so that's a nice idea. Fact-checking is related to the oracles. We have that. Thank you for the contribution. The metaverse, I explained in my example, one metaverse example of extended reality. I think we covered that. NFTs, of course, many projects. Moon travel, please tell us how. I mean, we would like to contribute, but we don't know how. Virtual campus, maybe also we need some more details from the audience on how to implement this. Share data, of course, we do share data. Also, Anthony spoke a lot about trustworthy exchange, data exchange, and also about privacy-aware data processing. So it's all about data sharing, basically, in a trustworthy and transparent and fair way for all involved parties in the transaction. And also, actually, we have so many different initiatives regarding data marketplaces. I mean, data ownership, data provenance, data exchange, data access control, data pods, verifiable credentials. So all this, and as I said, privacy-aware data processing. So all this do support this use case of data marketplaces. Social inequalities. I don't know how to answer this one. And human rights, yes, it's all about human rights. Definitely the right on privacy, the right on reading the truth, on true information, the right in terms of DAOs to really contribute in some joint effort having the power to contribute to joint efforts and really state your opinion. Yeah, I think that most of the topics I tried to answer, maybe.
I wanted to correct you on fact-checking because I'm the person who put it there. I was thinking a little bit more than what you said. You said we have Oracle, so it's covered. Actually, I was thinking of fact-checking in a more extensive way that would use more of these building blocks that are presented. For example, you can have oracles to check some facts on a picture, documents on a social network. But then you can also have moderation and censorship. For example, Twitter censors in their own way tweets. Can we decentralize that? Can we have a body of people decide what they want in their own community to censor or not? Can we link it to self-sovereign identities or verifiable credentials, like I said, to give a proof of who you are? Can we associate it to your reputation? Can we associate a tweet to the reputation of the picture that is included in the tweet? And so if you do it this way, then you have identity, you have reputation, you have oracles, verifiable credentials, and you can, I think this is a good example of how to build very strong applications by using several of these blocks and not only one. So this is the kind of applications that I would like to see in OpenCore 3. Just
yeah, also this monetizing CO2 emissions that came.
That's another question.
Yeah, I see what you mean now. Yes, it's more complex than that. When I saw fact-checking, I originally thought about this data, basically data truthfulness checking, basic data truthfulness checking, but it can be more complicated than that, of course. And monetizing CO2 emissions, that's interesting and kind of doable as an application on top of OnToChain. One could come up with a nice application scenario for this. So also, I want to say to the audience, both here and remotely, that all these things, all these aspects, requirements, let's say, do not necessarily represent core functionalities, but they might be applications that can be built on top of OnToChain. Okay, and I would categorize this monetizing CO2 emissions and this fact-checking that was mentioned by Anthony previously onto the application scenarios.
I wanted to address these social inequalities and the educational aspects. So I would say that the first business case for OnToChain is the educational aspect, because with the software portfolio we are building, it would be possible to show to potential users of these technologies how they could use to generate data of higher quality and with properties that are actually addressing the needs for privacy, security, traceability, and so on. Speaking about education, for example, we run a program on enhancing software engineering skills across Europe. And we talk, and European Commission also talks about micro competencies and micro credentials. So imagine that education in the future can be done like that. You identify the people and the processes and the methods you can use to increase the competencies in specific domain, like in software engineering, but it could be on with children in the high school or in primary school about sustainability and care about the environment and so on. And you could pose this through challenges and through specific micro projects that generate micro credentials. And you could use these micro credentials to generate your future profile in any domain. Speaking about supporting, let's say, social inequalities or kind of, so we are engaged with a project with our government, with public administration, on with the databases that the government has, in order to be able to support specific, for example, social policies. So how can you do that? How can you stimulate via a system like OntoChain policy of employing invalid people in companies? So can we implement a policy, can the government implement a policy that would work very easily, would immediately generate the proofs that the companies are actually engaged in these processes, and generate the proofs that all the participants actually qualify to participate in the program. So this type of scenarios are definitely in scope of the OntoChain software ecosystem portfolio. Are there any more questions on Slido? Slido? No. Okay, so are there any more questions from the audience? No, so thank you very much to my colleagues, fellow colleagues for presenting, and everybody to be here, and you're all invited for the break outside, I think, and we will continue with another session at 3:00 p.m. So everybody from the web is invited to come at 3:00 to our Open Call 3 session, where we shall go through all the topics of Open Call 3, and we will explain in depth what we expect from applications in Open Call 3. So thank you very much again, and see you later.
Ah, okay, 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 aber nee, 1, 1, 1, 1. Nee, müssen wir schon auf 18 lassen. Machen wir auf minus 18 alle. Oder stellen wir die woanders in den Rechner? 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, ja, 18 ist gut. 18 ist gut. Exit. So, 18, 1. Das ist schon 18. 1, 1, 1, 1. Was?
Ich glaube, ich muss meine Versicherungsinformationen rausrücken.
Wieso? Ist das nur rausgerödelt?
Nee, ist gerade verbogen. Heute geht doch alles schief. Achso, kein Brother.
Nee.
Was ist denn hier?
Muss ich einfach reindrücken.
Versuche ich ja schon. Ah, hält nicht. Und sobald ich den hier raus zuklappe, dann verschiebt er sich komplett. Ist nicht.
Oh nee.
Sag ich ihm gleich Bescheid.
Musst du nachweisen, dass du sicher warst. Haben wir jetzt noch 2 Mikrofone irgendwo?
Da liegt eins.
Da liegt noch eins, okay.
Ja, danke. Ich gehe mal kurz nach Zigaretten holen. Ist das nicht der Satz, den Leute mal sagen, wenn sie verschwinden?
Was?
Ist das nicht der Satz, den Leute sagen, wenn sie verschwinden? Ich gehe mal kurz Zigaretten holen.
Nochmal neue Batterien. Das sollte Daten runter und die schenken dann. Daten runter und die schenken oder irgendwas. Was? Ja. Die Rechner, nee, gut. Aber eigentlich kannst du die noch verwenden.
Ja, aber ich muss das jetzt kommunizieren.
Ja, freilich, klar. Also die 4 ist jetzt so an der 2 gelegen hat, weil die ich hier nochmal verändert habe. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, ong, ong. Hast du schon Versicherungsfall gehabt dieses Jahr? Nein. Du bist doch gut dran, noch im ersten halben Jahr. Okay, komm.
Ja, nervt mich aber trotzdem. Ja, aber vor allem das gleich auf Englisch zu kommunizieren. Und wenn jemand fragt, ich bin dann im Kabel hin und Ding und das wird dann gefragt, wenn ich nicht das.
Ja, genau. Das ist für die Versicherung auch besser. Verkehrssicherheit und so ein Scheiß.
Ja.
Ja. Und draufgesetzt, der kann Versicherung viel drehen. Nicht Zeuge. Wenn es ein Mädel wäre, würde ich schon sagen, ist dann in meine Arme gefallen. Ich konnte es gerade nicht so anfangen. Nee. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Warum bist du lauter? Weil du auch lauter ist. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Aber irgendwas kommt hier mit. Ich habe den noch kopiert. 1, 2, 3. Ja, weil ich ihn kopiert habe. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 9, 9, 9, 9, 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4, 1, 9, 8, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, Copy. Und Clone. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 9, 1, 9. 19, wer bist du? 19, 19, 11111111, 11111111, 11111111, 11111111.
So do we have 100 of people who follow up? And where are the slides? Where are the slides of the new session?
Here, open call 3. This is the slide for the success and...
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So we are about to start this afternoon session. I hope you all enjoyed the lunch outside and the discussions, of course. And we go with this pitching session. And before that, there is this Slido that you can use. And I'm projecting now a slide on that. That is here, so you can use the Slidos OnToChain Summit, so you can easily access Slido, and you're welcome to answer the single question there, particularly those that are coming from the virtual audience of the OnToChain Summit. And if you can please get back to the first slide then. It's about the open call tree and pitching, and I would like to introduce Nelly, who is from the company iExec, a partner of our project, who is going to actually lead this session. Then, would you like to come join me here?
Thank you. Very happy to be here with you. So let me tell you a little bit what we're going to do this second part of the day. So first we're going to have a session to explain a little bit about the guidelines and success criteria for the open call. And then we're going to have people talking about the different topics. And then we're going to go to the pitch sessions. So for that, it's very important that you use Slido. Why? Because, for example, with all the people pitching, we're going to give them the opportunity to listen to their projects, but also something that is very important to them is that the audience here and the audience online can give them feedback. So what we're going to do is, like, first, we're going to listen to all the pitches together. And then while they're pitching, you can use Slido to give them feedback about the project. So that's going to be the way we're going to do it at first. And then if we have time, I would love if our projects pitching could have some feedback from the audience. So let's see how we're doing on time. So our session is from now until about like 4:30. So I'm going to try to see if we can have time for all this. Also, very important for the people pitching. Normally you have about 3 minutes. I know it's very hard to explain your projects in 3 minutes and all the work and effort that it means. Like, please try to make it in 3 minutes. If you're taking a little bit more time, I would like to be discreet, but I will need to let you know that you need to stop. So we all have the same time for everyone. So first, in order to launch this second session, I would like to invite Caroline Barrell, who is going to join us virtually to explain a little bit about the guidelines and success criteria.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I will, I believe, share my screen. So I believe everybody can see it. I try to put it in the presentation mode. Okay. So, good afternoon again. We have no need to present again since I opened this summit. So let's go directly to the agenda of this presentation. First of all, we will briefly describe the OntoChain project, and then we will discuss how and why to apply to the OntoChain Open Call tree. So in brief, as you have certainly all understood this morning, the OntoChain project is a Horizon 2020 funded project. It is part of the next generation initiative. It was launched in September 2020 to empower innovators and users through 3 open calls to develop blockchain-based knowledge management solution that will be part of a novel software ecosystem for a better share of knowledge and value. So you have heard this morning that it was a 6 million funded project. Actually, for the 2 million are dedicated to fund and mentor our third party, thanks to best international experts in semantic web, linked data, ontology engineering, blockchain, interoperability, knowledge management, distribute and decentralized computing, business model, and so forth. The OntoChain consortium is composed of 7 core partners. I just want to go briefly to that because it has not been presented this morning. So among others, you have experts in semantic web, linked data, ontology engineering, blockchain interoperability, knowledge management, distribute and decentralized computing, business model for trust knowledge, communication and networking, and we are spread all over Europe. So as you can see, F6S in Ireland, European Dynamics in Luxembourg, iExec in France, Intellis Semantic in Italy, Athens University of Economic and Business, of course, in Greece, AHK in Greece also, and the University of Ljubljana in Slovenia. So these are the core members of the OntoChain project. Actually, you have also, of course, understand a bit how OntoChain is born. So it is born out of the fact that the success of the internet lied in free speech, open innovation, and interoperability. However, there is several threats that can endanger the internet, and amongst other, there are growing concerns that openness, trustworthiness, privacy, and security are being threatened by the quest for high performance and profit. There is also multiple threats that have been identified when people interact with online services, such as unknown provenance of information, anonymity in favor of criminal activities, personal privacy violation and personal data exploitation, bias in AI algorithm, centralization of power, spread of fake news, etc., etc. So This existing problem of these are existing problem of misuse of information, and it can soon achieve even a more dangerous level that that we already know. So yes, as already mentioned this morning, the internet of the future should be more resilient, trustworthy, and sustainable. And for that, the Ontochain approach is to leverage semantic web and blockchain assets to build as a distinct added value for the next generation internet, so trustworthy data and service exchange, as well as trustworthy content handling. So this is really very important to keep this in mind. And the objective, of course, are to develop a new software technology stack based on this approach and for different application domains. So, for example, online media, e-education, e-health, e-government, e-commerce, and we have seen also eventually other, let's say, quick proposition via Slido this morning. So, where do we stand actually in Ontochain development and implementation? So I remind that it is built around 3 open calls, and the idea is to co-design this ecosystem and at the end to make a win-win exploitation of the outcome. So the open call 1, namely research, was corresponding to the design specification. So the idea was to specifying the Ontochain framework as a human-centric, decentralized, and trustworthy solution based on available technologies. So a first batch of specification have been delivered by 17 teams in phase 1 of the call, and 7 remaining teams has delivered the Ontochain framework in September 2021. On that basis, the Open Call 2 protocol suite and software ecosystem foundation has been implemented. And it was about building the Ontochain software ecosystem for the creation of trustworthy information and service exchange process and a more trustworthy content handling. So this call aimed to deliver the Ontochain framework prototype. Actually, there is 13 teams that are working on it. So you will see later on where do they stand. And actually, we have launched, as you are all aware, I believe, the Open Call 3, which is dedicated to application and experimentation. So actually, the budget is 1.7 million euro. And the idea, of course, is to exploit the Ontochain solution that have been developed in Open Call 1 and Open Call 2 for real-life use cases. So let's be more precise on the Open Call 3. So application and experimentation, and this is the deployment of what has been said. So it has been open the 17th of May. It will be closed the 15th of July. The maximum funding per applicant is around 119 K. The duration of the project that you will propose is 10 months. There is 2 objectives with specific topics to which you can apply. So you have to select one of these two objectives, and among these 2 objectives, select one of the topics. So objective A is the goal is to complete the missing block of the Ontochain infrastructure, and you will see that later on that there is 3 topics under this objective. And then the objective B, to exploit the Ontochain infrastructure design and implemented respectively through Open Call 1 and Open Call 2 for real-life use cases that cover real need of individuals in terms of trustworthy data or service exchange and trustworthy content handling and from various vertical domain or vital sector of the European economy. So how and why to apply to the ONTOCHAIN Open Call tree? So the eligibility criteria and the selection process. So what are we looking for in this open call tree? This is a project that will develop scalable blockchain, decentralized reputation system and semantic web technologies to achieve trustworthy content handling and information exchange, as well as trustworthy service exchange in the next generation internet, using as a basis the ONTOCHAIN framework, meaning the Open Call 1 and Open Call 2 outcomes, and fulfilling one of the objectives A and B of the Open Call 3. Who is eligible? So all internet researchers, innovators, and developers, high-tech company, academia, and team of natural persons. They must be, and we have already mentioned that this morning, legally established in an European member state or one of the associated countries or overseas countries and territories linked to the member states. So the maximum funding one beneficiary can receive from the whole ONTOCHAIN project is limited to 200K. The fact is that if you have already applied to Open Call 1 or Open Call 2, then you have to be careful if you will be able to receive the maximum fund dedicated for Open Call 3. So this rule is not, I mean, it's something that has been established by the European Commission, and this is not something that we can, really control. So regarding the selection process now, there is three phases. One phase is that concern the eligibility check. So we will see if the proposal fulfill all the elements that are mentioned in the guide for applicants regarding the eligibility criteria. And then from this point, there is two solutions, or the proposal is rejected, or it is eligible for evaluation. Then after this eligibility check is done, the proposal is evaluated by a set of two experts, one external expert to the ONTOCHAIN consortium, and of course one internal expert belonging to the consortium. So once again, there is two possibilities there. According to the quality of the proposal, or whether the proposal is rejected, or then she is selected to go to for the online interview. From the online interview, you will have a dedicated time to present your project with different evaluation criteria. All these criteria are mentioned in the guide for applicants. And once again, at this stage, there is two possibilities, or the proposal is ranked as a top proposal, then a sub-agreement can be signed with you, or the proposal is put on the reserve list. So actually, as you have seen, there is two objectives, objective A and B. So there will be 14 projects that will be selected. So 3 related to the objective A topics, so 1 per topics, and 11 related to the topic of the objective B. I don't go into detail into the topic because it will be discussed later on. So actually, the Open Call 3 indicative timeline are the following. The call will close the 25th of July 2022. The evaluation and selection will start the 26th of July and finish around the 19th of September. Once again, this is indicative timeline, and we will try to respect this as much as possible. Then there is a contracting phase, so from the 28th of September till the 1st of October. So it is really needed to react fast when you have been selected. And then, of course, there is the project implementation from the 1st October till the end of July 2023. For the contracting phase, it is really, really important to have a look to the sub-agreement template at the time you are building your proposal in order to, for you, be sure that you agree with the terms that are specified there. It is it's a formal contract, and we put it in advance in the guide for applicants in order for you to have a look to it and to be aware of what are the terms for future collaboration there. The application process, so the proposal submission, the entry point for all proposal is on the F6S portal. So you have here the link. The submission received by any other channel will automatically be discarded. It is important to provide a comprehensive research proposal according to the ONTOCHAIN template and instructions set in the guide for applicants. So everything, every document that you need are on the ONTOCHAIN website for your application. So it is also important to fill in the administrative part, including any obligatory supporting documents specified in the guide for applicants. And if I can give some 5 tips and tricks for a good proposal, so it is really important to read the ONTOCHAIN background documents. Of course, to read the ONTOCHAIN Open Country document and the guide for applicants, everything is mentioned there. You have all the template needed for your application also there in annex. It is really important, and it has already been mentioned this morning, to get inspired and base your solution on the Open Call 1 and Open Call 2 outcomes. Then, of course, to check if you meet the eligibility criteria. You can also have a look at the FAQs on our website. Sometimes it can help. And of course, really important to use the official ONTOCHAIN template for your proposal, because there is specific criteria that are evaluated, and it will be easier for our evaluator to go through thanks to this template. If you need more information, of course, you can also at any moment contact us through our contact page on our website, or also in the F6S portal. Why to apply now? And it will be my last slide. Because ONTOCHAIN will offer you equity-free funding, first of all, coaching on technical and business aspects. As mentioned by Alberto this morning, the coaching is also really important in order to build this synergy between the different selected projects. So in order to achieve our common goal. Here there is a lot of transfer of knowledge regarding technical and business aspects that have to be integrated by you. And then it allows also you to access to top infrastructure, as well as visibility and promotion through innovators, industry, and investors. So you have here on the right-hand side course, an illustration of what has been said just before. So I will not go through the figure. I just would like to thank you for your for listen to this presentation, and of course I would like to also acknowledge all the partners, all ONTOCHAIN partners and third-party innovators of OpenCall 1 and OpenCall 2. So if you have any question, please feel free to ask on Slido, and I will, of course, answer it. Thank you.
All right, so now let's move on to the next section. So the idea is that now that we have a better understanding of the selection criteria, the application process and the selection process, it will be time to know more about the topics that ONTOCHAIN will be focusing on. And for this, I would like to invite to join me here on stage Thanasis Papan. This is really hard. And I tried to practice yesterday, I promise. I tried to practice yesterday. Papa, how do you pronounce it?
Papa Ioana.
Papa Ioana. Okay, yeah. Perfect. And Vlado Stankovsky?
Thanks. I had an office mate in Switzerland when I was a postdoc there, and he was using my last name as a password. So it's normal to confuse people. So this is a presentation that we will do jointly with Vlado. So if you want, you can come here and just take the floor whenever it's... Okay, so let's go into the details about the topics that we will procure in this, that we are procuring already in this OpenCall 3. And so you all know that we want to build this software framework that lies in the intersection of semantic web and blockchain, so that we achieve this trustworthy services exchange and trustworthy data handling. And this is achieved by standardized storage and ontologies on one hand, as well as the decentralization and data immutability. So you have already seen, let's say, several views of the overall architecture, but here we will talk much more, let's say, about the applications. So on the top of this picture, we have these smart environments that are facilitated by a number of different applications in different verticals, as we call them, in different application domains, like public services, like education, like open science, asset management, tourism, health, I would say, and so many other, like smart cities, like many, many, many domains that many of them we will mention in this presentation. And then these applications are built on top of the components, the core components that we have in the software framework. And then these components, the modules and protocols, are employing different ontologies, vocabularies. Already we have one very generalized and hierarchical ontology built in one of these third-party projects within ONTOCHAIN that represents semantically all information in smart contracts or not, which is related to the blockchains, and all the services that can be deployed there, and all kinds of digital items. It's a very generalized ontology, hierarchical, as I said. I mean POC for Commerce project that we had in first OpenCall. And also we have these associations built among different infrastructures, like the Ethereum or whatever layer 1 infrastructure is going to be employed in the future, the ONTOCHAIN ledger, which is the software framework that we built, and other kinds of ledgers like hybrid ledger, Fabric, or let's say Polkadot, or different blockchains and the association with different environments. So we have also the notion of the gateways, so that we can access services from that blockchains and they can access services from our infrastructure. You have already seen this picture, so I'm not going to go through. This was presented by Anthony previously. Let's go directly to mentioning of some projects and what exactly they brought into our system in the framework of OpenCall 1 and OpenCall 2. So it's the very least that we can to mention the names of the projects and what they contribute, because they belong now in our ecosystem. So onto SSI Vault, they contributed one horizontal SDK in order to handle self-sovereign identities and to be able to store and manage verifiable credentials associated with these SSIs. Hibi project was bridging EIDAS identities with SSI, and actually they have a real-world certificate from the German government, and they are able to provide EID-based credentials and associate credentials with EIDAS identities. The Copyrightly project that that has built, actually it was one of the exceptions that has built an application, but also a generic a generic service, I would say. So the generic service that I would see there in this knowledge X would be the privacy-aware data processing, and the specific applications that they have is the crowdsourcing of analytic jobs to analytic experts without disclosing the data itself. So you will see a presentation about that later. The Copyrightly was about claims of authorship, another application, one of the very few ones that we have already. So with Copyrightly, you can register in the blockchain claims on the ownership of digital items, and then they have some tokenomics approach in order to dispute or to dispute the ownership, or to really resolve any kind of disputes by means of tokenomics, and if necessary to provide credentials to the court, testimonies to the court for resolving the dispute in law about the ownership of digital items. And Reputable, which is about decentralized reputation management. It's a very generic approach with zero knowledge proofs, without storing any online information regarding the ratings, the votes online, on-chain. On-chain is only stored the reputation of one seller, and in particular the hash of the reputation to a seller, while there is provable unlinkability of the ratings to the actual, to the guy that rated, that provided this rating. So it's a very generic approach. Of course, it's extensible, but it's a very generic, a very nice approach. Open source, all these are open source. Graph chain approach, which is semantic, it's a semantic database for being able to access, this is very unique, for being able to access semantical information from within smart contracts. This is a unique approach. So it's an extension to the basic EVM protocol, so that from within Solidity you are able to do metadata queries and graph queries, basically. That's why it's called graph chain. POC for commerce that I mentioned previously, with hierarchical ontologies, particularly for e-commerce, but it's a very generic one, as I said. And then we have the OpenCall 2. These projects have not finished, but they are all progressing really well. So ADOS, which is about distributed data oracles from IoT devices, and they are running some trustworthiness assessment mechanisms on top of IoT data based on neural networks. The Bowler, which is building an IDE, so we need also to support future developers of on-chain applications. So we are forward-looking, and we already providing an IDE for the future developers of on-chain applications. So this is the work of Bowler. The Care Chain, which is about micro-insurances and actually implementing micro-insurances within smart contracts so that you can automatically apply the rules of the insurance. Desmo LD, which is about IoT data oracles again, but now implementing Web of Things protocols and standards so that everything is described according to these standards, and we have a good C2C or machine-to-machine communication. DKG, it's a decentralized knowledge sharing platform which existed before on-chain, but it's advancing and it's enhanced within on-chain with new features like knowledge tokens for knowledge access control and transfer among entities, and knowledge sharing, and also several other aspects and very good integration with on-chain environment for knowledge discovery, sharing, access control, and all the tokenomics involved within. The geontology, which is about proof of location and oracles basically for location approach, and MFSSIA, multi-factor authentication protocol for self-sovereign identities, which is for as it says, I mean, multi-factor authentication, not only one particular aspect. And then we have some other protocols that deal with NFTs, 3 of them actually. NFT Watch is about NFT browsing and metadata annotation of NFTs. NFT Swap is about price determination of arbitrary NFTs. And this is very generic because with NFT we can represent any tangible item, not only digital items. So you can have a generic mechanism for price determination, which is offered by NFT Swap. Pringo, which is about in-game NFT exchanges, and all DAOs, metadata annotation, NFT transfers, all aspects related to the NFT management within games for game applications, and PSSDA, which is about data provenance and really logging all the data handling, and Perunex, last but not least, for cross-chain interoperability. And I will now pass the floor to Vlado for the first part of this second part of the presentation, where we describe the Open Call 3 topics and objectives, and I will cover the second part.
So hi everyone. So what we do have here are 2 types of projects. We have so the project proceeded in the last year by developing several baseline technologies for the software ecosystem that Tanas has just presented, and it's a very great brainstorming or intellectual experience if you consider to apply with a new project idea, that you go through all these projects that are already funded by OntoChain and try to pinpoint or identify which aspects or which like types of these generic solutions could you use and apply within your application. We have done that also as part of our, let's say, project works with independent people, and they are really viewing these technologies as really generic, and they find out many new ways of using them within their applications. So it's really exciting thing to do. So we have two types of projects. The first type is the type of the missing, let's say, building blocks that we have identified and we want to strengthen in the final year of the project. These are type A projects. These are 3 projects. And the type B projects are mainly about applications, and this is really open for any mind-blowing application you would think of with a really high technology readiness level that you can achieve. So both type of projects are possible, and I will talk about just these two, these A type of projects. So the first type of project we would like to get here is to strengthen our, let's say, services integration approach in the project, because we do have a lot of software developed by all the projects. They're all open source. So we want to have some sort of services integration approach that would consider the data models, that would consider any interfaces, any exchange, any possibility to link services together within specific, let's say, onto-chain type of applications and so on. So we want to explore this as part of topic A1. For the topic A2, this topic was open in all the open calls, open call 1 and open call 2. We think it's quite advanced topic for our project, because not only that we look at integration of semantic data with blockchains, but we think of here even implementation of specific reasoning mechanisms that one can already apply in the semantic web context, but they would operate, let's say, by some sort of new type of smart contracts, or maybe new type of algorithms deployable on semantic blockchains that would actually reason on top of specific graph data. Before, in the opening session, there was, like, for example, one idea that one could use ontologies to reason about trustworthiness, or to reason about regulatory compliance of certain activities and things that you can view on blockchain, for example, some transactions, or even any metadata related to NFTs and so on. So one could think of implementing programs that would be reasoners applied to this graph data and operating on-chain, off-chain in many different ways. So you can read in the topic. And the third topic is about the energy efficiency. So we talked today quite a lot about the infrastructure that we can use in onto-chain to deploy our future applications. So this we do have, and we offer it for the time being, and we are kind of following the needs of the community, because the community wish to have, let's say, compatibility with EVM and so on, probably because there is a lot of software ecosystem already in place, tooling and everything that people can really use to build demo applications. Nevertheless, in this topic, what we want to achieve is a brand new, like, infrastructure. It can be EVM compliant, it can be compliant, but we want to explore the trade-offs of energy efficiency and sustainability, and to be able to really quantify the sustainability of what we are doing. Of course, we know that knowledge is much more important, and if we can support ecosystems, reduce the utilization of cars and I don't know what, it would be quite beneficial if we compare to the amount of energy that blockchains are using. Nevertheless, we want to have really an infrastructure at the minimum with some nodes that could be used to deploy a token and so on. And along this also to have it as an energy efficient infrastructure. So we really hope that we receive some applications in these three subject topics. Thank you. Aha, so these are the details that I was actually mentioning. So yes, you can see here that we want to have a unified entry point to all the OntoChain services. And I actually explained all these things and the expected outcomes, which is this scalable API endpoint for the first topic. For the second topic, again, this semantics and how the semantics can be used within specific scenarios. Okay, so maybe I should mention this notion of semantic marketplace, which is a place, a virtual place where we can come with our physical or virtual objects, and we need to show to the other person or company on the other side that they can trust us. So how do we generate all these trust mechanisms and so on to be able to let's say, gain trust from the participant on the other side and participate in
if
contracts.
I may?
Yes?
Yeah. So we do this together. So just to mention the second bullet on the first, on the challenge, the guarantee the fairness of the transaction. Vlado mentioned one aspect. One other aspect is that we want, in this kind of applications, to really alleviate or to really remove any kind of biases from the marketplace owner. So the thing is that even discoverability of services, even matching of demand with supply can be biased. And we want to preserve in a by design approach that no biases apply to this semantic, trustworthy marketplace of any kind, biases of any kind. So no intervention, no censoring, no kind of intervention from the market owner.
Okay, great. So then we go to this energy efficient and sustainable hosting infrastructure. So we really want to have like place where we can deploy. In the end, there would be 44 software solutions, quite a lot of software actually. So we want to have an infrastructure where we can run this portfolio of solutions on top of. That would be also proven to be energy efficient and let's say suitable for our software ecosystem. So thank you for this. Yes, you want to say more?
No, it's okay. As
thank you very much.
As I said, we can complement each other, and also this can happen also later in the others. So regarding the extensibility, I just wanted to mention that the infrastructure can be proposed, but the thing is that one should also think about a model for the extensibility of the infrastructure. So whatever proposals come for the energy efficient infrastructure, they have to have in mind that they should present us, they should come up with a model, with a mechanism, so as to be able to extend, I mean to expand it to more nodes. So we had, now I come to the topics under Objective B, which are the applications. I will go into the details, so no need to, also the slides will be available, no need to focus on this one. So let's go one by one. And the first one is semantic digital logbooks. I don't know if you know the whole concept, but the whole idea is to be able to log several real-world phenomena and transactions that take place in a way that they offer value to the original, to the item which is transformed in the process. So, for example, I can mention that there was a European level call about building semantic building logbooks. So it was about the building management supply chain. So it was about the construction procedures, the materials that are employed, the operation of the building, and later the dismantling of the building and the recyclability of the materials. So everything was logged in the blockchain. It was supposed to be logged in the blockchain so that you really can know what is the performance expected from a particular item, and actually how it evolves in time, so that you can assess the real value of this object. And this can be applied, this idea can be applied in various domains, in various different domains, and the trustworthiness of the products and the services are of immense importance. So we need solutions capable of integrating information from various actors, meaning, I mean, these solutions, these applications would employ oracles, would employ reputation, would employ like market mechanisms for assessment of the value of one particular item over time. And of course, any applications, and this I will be mentioning for all applications, they should have a provable, or they should kind of argue about the business viability of the applications. So I will say this in general. We don't want applications that demonstrate cool ideas, but they don't have any kind of business value. Okay, so that being said, of course, we like the coolest ideas that they would have also some business viability. Decentralized fact-checking. It was mentioned by Anthony in the morning in the brainstorming that we did with Slido. So the fact is that we have content which is distributed, and it was mentioned also by the panel speakers this morning, that we have problem with content credibility, content and data credibility disseminated online, and especially in social media. So also we have imbalance of power, of information power, censorship, bullying, scams, and no reward for good contributions. So we need to aggregate, I mean, to really combine together different mechanisms that we have in OnToChain, so that we tackle the problem of revealing the truth, the credibility of data, discouraging abuse of data or of misinformation attempts. We need identity verification without breaking anonymity. And of course, we need to combine, as I said, oracles, DAOs, cryptographic tokens, potentially reputation mechanisms, or other aspects that you will find in the OnToChain software framework. And one guy from the audience mentioned the decentralized social networks. This is a potential application for OnToChain. We need secure, highly available, discoverable content, private social interactions, and even being able to build a marketplace on top of these decentralized social networks, so that you have service transfers among the nodes of the social network. Of course, the decentralized social networks, if they are free, somehow they have to be economically sustainable. So it's not, either they are kind of subscription-based, or if they are free, there is a way for revenue, for getting some revenue, which we need to be identified. This is about all this idea of, this is about the domain of energy management and energy transactions. So I don't know if you are familiar with the notion of these prosumers that are able in their houses to produce actually some electricity and then provide it, of course, to the grid. But to get it one step further, we can imagine cases where you can actually transfer your energy in a peer-to-peer fashion to other consumers. Of course, this is a virtual transfer, and it needs micro clearance, and micro accounting and metering, and everything should be sealed and logged in the blockchain so that you can do the clearing in the time scales that you really do the energy transfers. So we are talking about the microgrids. We are talking about any solution for P2P data exchanges. Or even this could fall also in the scope of the electric vehicle charging and the charging stations, and all these kind of things can be relevant as well. Which also comes in the smart city context. This, I mean, the charging stations could come also to the smart city context, but here we want more generic smart city applications that could control CO2 emissions, facilitate use of resources and the circular economy in the city, enable safer mobility and traffic management, improve public and waste collection services, or guarantee, enhance the security, reliability, transparency, and anonymity of public consultations. So we need application solutions here that address at least one of the challenges that I have mentioned. We have a specific application topic for the automotive industry. So yes. Okay. So we have a specific topic for the automotive industry that where we actually need to deal with this problem of the vehicle charging. We want to do this vehicle sharing model or mobility, this car sharing or vehicle sharing models, or ways for efficient ways for autonomous vehicles to collect, store, organize data that help in general for better traffic management and better navigation. So we provide some examples here as expected outcomes. Also, another use case or another topic, let's say, could be the supply chain management or the logistics, the distribution logistics, using trustworthy semantic data. So, in general, the problem is kind of distribution logistics is very tough if you cross boundaries and if you cross legislative domains. So you need to address it from many perspectives, and it is a multi-actor system. And we need supply chain management, economically sustainable solution that deals with optimal delivery of goods and services, traceability of products across all phases of the chain, reduction of transportation costs, and in general improving the costs. I mean, reducing the costs and optimizing the services that are offered. I mentioned at some point about that we envision, or maybe I mentioned in one private conversation, that we support many aspects of data marketplaces, but we don't have any kind of application that deals with an actual realization of a data marketplace. So we have support for ownership. We have support for identification of data, support for reputation management, support for semantics, semantic annotation. I mean, we have support for several things, like data provenance and stuff, but we don't have a marketplace, and this would be a nice topic for having an application about that, which should be competitive to the data marketplaces that already exist out there. Another topic is a decentralized autonomous organization, a semantic-based, as we say, decentralized autonomous organization where you have some rule setting and some DAO management according to the semantics and the rules of the group, and based on that you build a DAO-based app in different domains like investment, fundraising, and in general, I mean, you can have many localized fund schemes or trust funds or anything. I mean, one particular use case that related to the DAOs would be this, or it could be resolved in a different way, but it is related somehow. We could have like public services, decentralized public services, for example, for online platforms or decentralized applications for aggregating funds to achieve local, I mean, goals of a local scope. For example, lending tools, or finding a job to people, or I mean, having some local currencies in communities to facilitate business. And I think that this is the last one. I mentioned also in my presentation, this is the remote working application where people may need to interact in virtual environments based on some potentially untrustworthy data and with unknown entities. So they need to be able to navigate in a trustworthy manner there and really transact and interact with other people and services. And as Vlado said at some point, we need and we are open to any kind of interesting ideas that combine the functionality offered by OnToChain to build something new and challenging and demanding from the people that the community wants and we don't know it. And you will convince us that we should fund your proposal. So overall, so our end goals is to deploy all these applications on top of the OnToChain software ecosystem, so that we create huge user interest around these applications, huge demand for these applications, and these applications should serve as ambassadors of the functionality provided by the OnToChain framework. So we look for demonstrators of the value that one can achieve by combining together the different functionality provided. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Thanasis. So now that we have a very complete information about all the guidelines, I would like to have a more practical approach on what is OnToChain and how does the project can look like. So now we have 10 projects. I think before that, actually, we're going to try to respond to some questions from the audience. So for this, I will need someone here with me in the stage. Caroline? Caroline, okay, because we have 30 minutes for the pitches, and I don't know how long it's going to take for let's take some questions. Okay, so will OnToChain 1 and 2 winners be able to apply to call 3?
So this is some recurrent question that we have for each open participate to Open Call 3 if you have been selected in Open Call 1 or Open Call 2, providing the fact that you will not go above the limit of 200k euro in total. That means that, or you can manage to participate as a single legal entity, or you have to let's say collaborate with another entity and be able to show that the total funded that you receive through the OntoChain project is less than 200k. So this is the answer. Once again, in a way we apologize, but this is some limitation that the European Commission is putting in order for everybody to be able to let's say, to participate in such open call. So this is for the first question. For the second question, can you just
repeat the question? Yes, just a second. All right, for the second question is regarding the application for Open Call 3. Are there any special requirements when applying as natural persons? What to watch out to maximize chances?
Actually, so the answer is straightforward. Actually, there is no possibility for one natural person to apply to Open Call 3. You have to be part of a team of natural person or part of a combination of natural person plus a legal entities, or plus 2 legal entities, depending on what you choose. So as a single natural person, there is no possibility for you to apply to the Open Call 3. Everything is well written in the guide for applicant, but in case you need more clarification, just contact us on our contact page on the website. And I think that's it from my side.
Thank you very much. I think we don't have any more questions for the moment. So now let's go through the pitches. So as I said, we're going to have 10 projects with around 3-minute pitch slot. So we're going to have people here joining us on stage and also people joining virtually. So I would like to start with a project called Civic Tech. He is Julian Carbonell, and he's going to join us virtually to talk about land ministry and an NFT marketplace for real estate ownership.
Hi, thanks for having me. I'm really sorry. I don't know why my background is flipped, but I couldn't fix it. But we'll move to the slides soon. So here we go. I'm sharing the slides here. I guess you can see it, right? Yeah, so I'm presenting the Land Ministry, an AI augmented NFT marketplace for digital real estate. My name is Julien Carbonnet. I'm a French urban data scientist, and my company, Civic Tech OU, is registered in Estonia. I was traveling on the African continent for the last months, and something particularly attracted my interest. You can see this kind of wall paintings all over cities and countrysides in both French-speaking and English-speaking African countries. It's saying this property is not for sale, or land with problem. Sometimes you have the phone number of one lawyer or even one reference at the trial. And I was digging on the topic, and I realized that half of the countries of the world does not have a cadastre system or any sort of land registry system. And it happens that false information on land ownership impacts the economy badly. First of all, the public sector cannot collect taxes to invest in infrastructure. the people can securely own a house or a farm, the civil courts are overwhelmed by conflicts, and the economy keeps stuck in informality. So as a solution, I've been thinking of an NFT marketplace that could be used as a distributed land registry. NFT is a nascent market of 50 billion capitalization. It has the high volatility and hazardous speculation, but it's also becoming a key element of digital ownership. And digital real estate is important for individual financial security. It enables the performance and scalability of a sustainable economic growth. And I think that AI can help identifying good investments. So I would say on the social good side, minting land ownership titles as NFTs is the entry door to a fair tax system and a transparent and trustworthy economy. It would allow people to sell online worldwide, to secure family savings, and to unlock bank loans through pledges. But this is not only a charity business that I'm proposing you. NFT marketplaces for digital real estate is profitable through different revenue streams. First of all, the fractional tokenized ownership could allow small bids to access a stable profit, and broadly, it will simplify the buy and sell of properties worldwide. And of course, I will say the hidden side of the iceberg is that Data as a Service platform is built on top of data as a core underlying asset. The data is collected, trained, serviced through API. And so the Land Ministry will be the knowledge reservoir of the digitization of real estate worldwide. And as for AI in the backend,
3 minutes.
I'm using 3 machine learning models to augment the intelligence of the platform. The first is an NFT classifier, which allows smart recommendation by similarity search engine. The second is an NFT sales forecasting based on historical market data and social trends to evaluate your NFT sale or purchase. And I'm also using a controllable text generation for automating customer-generated
30 seconds left.
So these 3 machine learning models are, you can follow it on my GitHub. It's currently being developed. Thank you very much. The landministry.com will be launched by July on internet, but in the meantime, you can already drop me an email on my personal email, which is julian.carbonnet@gmail.com.
Thank you very much, Julian. And remember, using Slido, you can give feedback to the project.
So I'd like to just make one small intervention about the type of quality that we need to, which is regardless of this presentation, that need to be provided to be successful in this third open call. So it's not only to have a good technology-related idea. There are many ideas circulating. We just presented many of them. Here what we want to see is credible approach with really credible deployment scenario and credible potential user base of what is being proposed. And this should be explained in the project proposal in a way that our evaluators that are going to come also from the business domain are actually going to see replicability and value and credibility that you are going to be able to deploy it in the infrastructure and people are going to actually be able to use it. Thanks. Sorry for this.
Thank you, Vlado. No, that will help definitely the projects applying. So now let's check out the second project. It's called Paracar Services. He is here with us. Yeah, Mark Green, are you with us?
I'm here.
All right, we have yeah, okay, so we have Paracar Services is Mark Green. And he's going to talk about scaling ontologies with language models and math.
Thank you very much. My name is Mark Green. I work in cybersecurity as a software architect, but I wear many hats. And for the next 3 minutes, I'll be talking to you about how to make ontologies more accessible to non-experts, easier to work with in general, and potentially how to generate more opportunities to work with them. By ontologies, I just mean a formal system, a formal organization of a system capturing the entities and their relationships. And could I get the slides, please? Okay, so how do I present it? Thank you very much. Right, so ontologies, a formal representation of a system, the entities and their relationships. So my overarching goal is to be able to build a robust and shared understanding of any arbitrary system. I think that's in line with the OntoChain vision. Relatedly, the Topos Institute has recognized that humanity's corpus of science isn't robustly linked. Right now, scientists spend 23% of their total working time just searching the literature. I think ontologies will be vital to solving both of these problems. The thing is, ontology engineering is really hard. It's knowledge work that requires expertise. So now let me introduce two concepts that I think can help solve this problem. The first one is OLOGs. It's just an ontology framework like the web ontology language. But unlike OWL, this is based in category theory, which is a field of mathematics that characterizes objects by their relationships to other objects, which I think sounds very fitting for ontologies. OLOGs can be helpful in many ways, but to give one example, in ontology alignment, say you're working in a traditional RDF system and you've aligned two ontologies, but then you update one of them, you might have violated the alignment boundary, because there's nothing stopping you from doing that. But in OLOGs, because of the underlying mathematics, you're guaranteed to keep that boundary preserved, which helps with scalability and maintaining complexity. And this is a real-world problem. Just last week, the ontology lookup service opened an issue in GitHub discussing how to solve this problem, because they're not using OLOGs. The second concept are language models. These are driving a lot of hype in AI these days. You may have heard of GPT-3. That's a very large language model. I think language models bring about a new paradigm of user interaction. Namely, they put the human in the role of a curator, not just a generator of content, which is a lot easier to do. For example, GitHub's Copilot is an AI assistant for programming. It lets the programmer focus more on the high-level thinking, and the language model can just generate the code and work with the syntax and the simple semantics. I think we have a real opportunity to do the same thing for ontology engineering, namely by fine-tuning and prompt-tuning the existing language models that are available. So that brings me to my idea, an ontology AI assistant. It can take various forms. For example, we could focus on a specific use case, like ontology alignment as a service, or we could do a more holistic approach where we help users explore ontologies and understand them, as well as help experts extend them and align them and evaluate them. And that's my idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Does the protocol allow any kind of questions?
I think we have 10 minutes to wrap up the yeah, I think let's make everyone pitch. Let's give them the opportunity to everyone to pitch, and then if we have time, if the audience don't mind, we can start a Q&A session. All right, so now let's talk about decentralizing social media. And for that, we have Pekka Mäkelä from UNIT, the Universal Translation Token, and just right now. Hello, are you, Pekka, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect.
So,
the floor is yours.
Let's go. So hello, I'm Pekka Mäkelä from the UNIT project, and thank you so much for having me today. So, how do we create an internet of humans with greater transparency and trust? In this debate, we cannot ignore social media, given that majority of humankind get most of their news and influences from it. We also need to ask who actually pays for it and all the content that is available there apparently for free. Of course, advertisers pay for it, and the current social media platforms are nothing but middlemen with advertisers and their target customers. They are like landlords taxing both for their data and money. So what can we do about it? Well, we could make advertising or selling content much easier without a middleman. In the UNIT project, we believe we can do it by tokenizing all the transactions that happen in social networks. This is a simplified graphic of UNIT ecosystem. There are three core elements: a self-sovereign identity model, an open layer for any developer to build applications, and the UNIT utility token that will be exchanged in all transactions. In the UNIT ecosystem, the tokenized value of all transactions will be transparent for everybody. Ideally, every user would know what is the value of a, let's say, reading a quality article, or watching a funny cat video, or indeed watching an advertisement. Tokenizing does not mean that the consumers would need to start to pay cash for something which people think is currently free. Everyone could still watch ads for free content like today. But you could also buy tokens to pay for your content and never watch an ad again. And as a self-sovereign identity, you could set the threshold for outsiders. What is the cost of contacting you, effectively eliminating spam? Actually, we have built the first application already. This is the UNIT messenger that works same way to any other popular messenger apps in the market. But as you can see here, we have separated the sponsored messages and show very transparently how much tokens you can earn by watching. You can use also units to pay for your subscriptions, allowing bloggers, journalists, musicians, and other content creators to earn every time someone consumes their content. This prototype has been built on Cadena blockchain using their packed smart contract language, but we are not committed to any single technology. We believe it is critical that we keep the architecture as open as possible to allow for technological innovation in blockchain, DLTs, SSIs, and other standards. Currently, we are a self-funded early-stage startup with a team of 4 experimenting with this technology and its social implications. We are looking for connections, collaboration, and funding opportunities. So I'm very grateful for your time this afternoon, and hopefully there are some questions later on. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. And let me tell, it was exactly 3 minutes. So great preparation, Pekka. Thank you very much. So the next topic is about blockchain-based international trade documents. For this, we have Paul Massey. He's here with us, and he's talking about Table Technologies Limited.
Thank you very much. So just while we set up slides, I'm going to try and tell you how blockchain and data might affect an Apple like this in the future, but I'll come to that shortly. So first of all, introduce myself. So I'm the founder and CEO of Tabled. You can't yet see my slides, but Tabled's mission is really to break down the silos between teams and organizations. We've created a platform that allows organizations to share workflows, share their data much more efficiently than they can at the moment. So something similar to Jira or a Trello, but the data and collaboration happens between organizations. wait for the slides. Okay, here we go. Just put down my Apple. So I've talked through my first couple of slides already. So yeah, we have essentially a workflow and case management tool, but our USP is, if you like, is the ability to share records, repositories, documents, data between organizations in a compliant way. So we're doing things like taking data from a single app, sending it to multiple different government entities, for example, and allowing those entities to share data between them. And we're now applying that to some blockchain proof of concepts. And for OntoChain, we'd like to look at the application to international shipping networks. And obviously, shipping can have its own problems, some of which can be solved by technology. So I'm going to whip through these slides. For example, IoT and GPS data can really track ships all the way down to the individual ship at any time. Quite a fun thing to do with your kids on marine traffic. But legal documentation remains extremely manual in the shipping world. So this is a bill of lading. As you can see, a manual document. There are about 50 million of these bills of ladings per annum, and only approximately 1% are electronic bills of lading. There are also various other documents required for shipping any item, any container, as you can imagine. But there is now an increasing industry drive to standardize bills of lading and electronic bills of lading, including by these industry bodies, and new legislation is coming along to actually allow these bills of lading, which represent the title in goods, to be recognized legally. That's happening in the UK, for example. So what you're seeing here are the standardized data fields for the Digital Container Shipping Association's e-bill of lading. I'll just draw your attention to the HS code in the middle there, which is to do with the cargo item. This is where we come back to my Apple. So the HS code is the harmonized system of commodity codes, and you'll start to see how this this international ontology of commodity codes could actually relate to an e-bill of lading and allow much more efficient customs traffic. So these are the two databases. On the left here, you've got the United Kingdom, on the right, the EU. See, we're slightly separated now, but you can see the same HS code 0808 for apples and the different tariff rates if you're bringing in this case, actually cider apples. Don't think this is a cider apple, but anyway. So huge databases out there of each country which can be referenced, and our plan is to look at how this network works across the different stakeholders of a shipping transaction, from the consignor to the consignee and the customs authorities in the middle, putting that data from the bill of lading onto the blockchain and then relating it to those HS codes is one of the prime areas we're exploring at the moment. The benefits of electronic bills of lading, well, it's three times more expensive to process a paper bill of lading. 50% adoption of e-bills of lading, remember only at 1% at the moment, could result in 4 billion annual savings. And benefits on distributed ledgers are maintaining the integrity of the documentation and some of the other benefits that you know from looking at blockchains. That's our team. We're in discussions with these industry bodies about taking the project forward, and also some expert legal advisors in the European shipping domain. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. So now we have virtually Kashif Mehboob from the University of Engineering and Technology, and he's going to talk about shielding smart contracts.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So, many thanks for hearing me, everyone. I'm Kashif Khan from Pakistan, and I'm quickly go through the idea of how we can actually protect blockchain from the smart contract once it is deployed. So, let me share it quickly. So No. I'm Kashif Khan, as I told. My other team member, she's not present yet here, but she collaborated me in preparing the presentation. Her name is Shafa Khan. So I would like to acknowledge her as well. So this is the core idea. We have been witnessing for so long that there have been certain tools which are protecting smart contracts and actually blockchain, but the rate of attacks have been increasing. So my core idea is how we can actually protect blockchain from the smart contracts once they become the part of the chain. That is, once they are deployed. And I want to propose a layer, a provenance layer within the EVM, Ethereum virtual machine, or any other blockchain platform which is compatible of a virtual machine, to make it actually trustworthy. So the challenge here is that we want to restrict a smart contract from malicious transactions after its deployment. Because I believe that the way blockchain and smart contracts are expanding, I have a feeling that one day, I should say, God forbid, blockchain may start eating itself. So although we are having so many tools for vulnerability detections, but most of the attacks are now being performed after the deployment of such malicious smart contract. So quickly go through it. This is the abstract model that I had in my mind. The area which I want to highlight is this red zone, where I am proposing provenance layer for publishing bytecode. Actually, the top layer, we can already see that there's a network of nodes, and this network of nodes actually sending transactions through the smart contract. Now what happens, that the bytecode is actually generated from the transactions, which actually become the part of blockchain. And once it becomes a part of blockchain, it is very difficult to redo it. It may be invocable multiple times, and that's how it can create problems repeatedly for the entire network. So I think before creating a new state in the EVM across all the node instances, we can have a provenance layer which is actually responsible for retaining the last stable state of blockchain. And this provenance layer will actually contain the patterns from the bytecode transaction, so that if any contract is invoked repeatedly, the pattern will be matched against the potential smart contract which looks malicious. And if that pattern does not match, it will be allowed to invoke, and a new state will be allowed to publish across all the node instances. In this way, this knowledge-based provenance layer will keep an eye on the patterns which are being generated every time from the bytecode, from the bytecode of the smart contract transactions. So that is how I believe that if it can be, if it is implemented, it may retain the stable state of the blockchain network, and it will also be helpful to whitelist certain accounts or certain smart contracts to later on build a reputation model or a reputation-based account listing for the trustworthy transactions of smart contracts. So there may be multiple implementation approaches.
To wrap up, please.
Yeah, there will be, just a second. There will be multiple implementation approaches. We can either use APIs or smart contracts. And the outcomes is that I believe that we can have a whitelisting or reputation model to build trustworthy transactions on the real time, on the go. Lastly, I would like to thank Dr. Shafak for her input in this regard. Thanks, that's all from my side.
Thank you very much. So that was the first part of the pitches. Now we're going to go to the final part, which 5 more projects. So the next one We have virtually, it's Frontier Technologies. We have with us Alex Norta that is going to talk about adding NFT functionality to a video hosting platform.
Yes, hello, I hope you can hear me. Let me quickly share my slides. No. Okay. Okay. So you can see my slides?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. So in the 3 minutes, my name is Alex Norta, and we have built a censorship-resistant video hosting platform, and we would like to add their NFT functionality. So the content of the presentation, I'll give an overview of the problem. So there's a viewpoint bottleneck, then talk briefly about our solution, which is about enabling content producers to receive donations and royalties. Then we have already a prototype, which we call johnstubby.com. So we've put quite a lot of effort into that already. And then conclusions, yeah. So the problem that we have at the moment with online video sharing platforms such as the YouTubes is that we have, on the one hand side, censorship, we have deplatforming, shadow banning, and also, in addition, other problems like it's not possible at the moment anymore for creative media content producers to easily earn a living. So the business model has been very much, well, put under pressure by the Netflixes and the equivalents from Amazon, Google, and so on, the YouTubes. Also, it's not clear who owns content, and this is really a problem. So we have the situation that a lot of good content, maybe independent documentaries and so on, with critical content that would make a difference in society, can't make it online. As I said, the shadow banned is people are being deplatformed and so on. So one option for our platform that currently does not yet integrate blockchain solutions is to look at NFT, in particular for the latter part that I've mentioned, that it's not possible to easily make a living and to actually have clear ownership assured of creative media content. So with NFT, that's basically possible if blockchain technology is integrated in the system which we already have, and thereby, well, you can establish ownership, trade NFTs, receive royalties, and so on. So here's maybe the most important screenshot, and this is our system we've built, which is implemented using BitTorrent. So you can download this system. There's also an app, so not just a website. And we have already put in there some seed creative media content. It's a distributed application, but at the moment it still lacks blockchain content. So in summary, this would be an exploitation project where we could use many of the existing on-chain solutions like NFT Watch, NFT Swap at least, then multi-factor self-sovereign identity authentication, certainly with that decentralized knowledge graphs and oracles, in support of identity authentication, assurance. So it's a creative data project, pretty much what was hinted at. That would be nice to have as an application project in OntoChain. Also, many other projects would be nice to have the like reputable and copyrightly, I think it's called, for
Sorry,
copyright
we need
management.
to wrap up, please.
Yes, so that's basically the wrap up. Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you, Alex. And for our next pitch, he's actually with us, so I would like to invite, I know, I practiced this last name, so it's Willem Jan van den Heuvel. Right? Did I say it right? All right, he's going to talk about Deviser and Valor 2.0, which is a blockchain-oriented warehouse and low-code engine and reasoner.
I don't need the slides. Let me do it without slides.
All right.
Okay, guys. Can you hear me? Fine. So I'm Willem van den Heuvel, indeed, and the name was pronounced well. I'm going to use now my telephone for 3 minutes. I use it each and every day for my 3-minute planking in the morning. So we slightly approach the stage 3 from a different perspective than you've heard before, because since as Deviser we are not only working with companies in blockchain and deeply in contracting, in particular we help them out with delivering the Valor tool, which is a low-code tool. It's an IDE which allows non-experts, in fact, to devise DApps and smart contracts. But what we also do as Deviser is we work very closely with festivals and with the creative industry at large. So and in particular, already during the second stage of the project, we have done some experiments with festivals. And festivals, you might think this is Mickey Mouse, this is not important, but they make up a very large part of the Dutch and the European economy. For example, we have in the Netherlands more than 20 million people going to festivals of all sorts and all sizes. And of course, the festival organizers, they struggle with finding and having enough margins, economic margins, to be profitable at the end of the day, because just earning money from tickets is simply, in many, many cases, not enough. And the same is true for other artists, in fact. So what we have been doing together with Astra Code and in developing the Valor is helping out festival organizers, and we have done some experiments, initial experiments already, in figuring out their business model, exploiting smart contracts and NFTs, right? So it's, we flipped the coin a little bit, if you wish. So, and this is something we would like to pursue in the third stage. So we would like to, at the one hand side, extend our knowledge base, which was comprised of blueprints, which were, let's say, semantic templates that you could use to customize already existing contracts. So we would like to extend the knowledge base at the one hand side, but in particular, use the Valor in conjunction with other products developed in the second phase and the first phase, of course, to help the festival organizers with exploring their business model, and by doing so, improving the Ontochain business model, right? Because at the end of the day, you need the end user, the client, to drive these technologies. And that's in short what we would like to do. So that's, in fact, a very short pitch. Tomorrow what you will see is a short video of the things we have been doing, and we'll give you a bit more of background. That was well beyond the 3 minutes. Yep. Within.
2:41, perfect. All right, so now we have 3 more pitches to go, and the next one is going to join us virtually. It's Toltec. It's Uljana Reinselou, and she's going to talk about an open and resilient sustainability wallet.
Yes, hello. Do you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, okay, Uljana, okay. I'll try to share my slide. I have one actually only. Do you see? No? Sure. Do you see the slide?
Yes.
Yes, I should. Okay, so I would like to present our idea, this open and resilient sustainability wallet. And this sustainability wallet is IoT application that relies on blockchain algorithms for security and transparency reasons. And this concept is to have distributed system which allows to collect rewarding points based on sustainable behavior of any human. And this points reward for good sustainable lifestyle of the person, and sustainability behavior could be of different kind and collected from different activities. But in the beginning, we would like to focus on intelligent waste management. And for this, we would like to use some intelligent trash bins to identify this type of trash and quantity of it, and to provide a certain amount of reward points that could be earned for it. And to make this process transparent and secure, every action would be logged by a blockchain algorithm. In particular, for this distributed IoT device, we would use this intelligent waste bin, and information from these intelligent waste bins would be gathered and could be used by government or any company, and they could use their processes more efficiently, knowing this real-time status of these bins. And humans who is collecting these rewarding points, they can use them in this rewarding system proposals, and for that, for example, some different discounts could be proposed by store chains, or governmental organizations could propose additional services. And the beauty of the system is that it can share trusted data between different sites, such as government, humans, and different companies. And our consortium consists now of 3 partners: Taltech University, which provides data science and intelligent embedded devices such as trash bins; Dymaxion, which is expertise in blockchain decentralized application development; and Trashify builds, as a company which established in Estonia, builds smart sorting waste bins. Thank you for your attention. Okay, that's it from my side.
Thank you. All right, and now I would like to ask a virtual pitch. It's consensus is Sumit Kishore.
Hello, everyone.
All right, just a second, because we cannot see you.
Okay, do you see me? Because I can see myself.
All right, now we see you. Thank you.
All right, guys, so it's nice meeting you, everybody. My name is Sumit. I work for Consensus. I quickly would like to tell you, who I am. So I'm working as actually a product lead. I have built an anti-money laundering solution. So a few years ago, there was a real life problem that crypto, were booming, but we needed to find actually a regulated solutions. So I built Codify Compliance. It's a big data AML solution, which is mainly for financial companies and that's institutional investors, right? So that's what I did. That's what I do. I have a background of like 17 years of experience in finance and tech. Now, what I would like to do, I would like to build actually a meta board. It's a performance aggregator. So one of the key problems that I noticed nowadays is like we all have lots of wallets, right? Somebody has some assets in MetaMask, somebody has assets in some another wallet, and everybody has lots of wallets, lots of assets, lots of exchanges, but nobody knows actually what is their actual performance. So it is a real life problem. I work with like a bunch of hedge funds, a bunch of companies, and everybody's facing this problem. So my slide is very small. I will try to finish everything in 2 minutes, 30 seconds. So I would like to build performance aggregator where you can actually check performance of all your digital assets portfolio from aggregated wallets. So for example, you go to the app, you click, you connect the wallet, you always connect your wallet as a primary wallet address, because then the business model will be applicable on that wallet address. And then you can add more wallet addresses. And once you add those wallet addresses, you can have sort of your portfolio performance in a very simple way. It's of course 3 minutes presentation, so I'm just not going to go in details. I have past experience in building it. Why I'm building it? Because it's a common problem right now faced by many, many companies. Yeah, that's pretty much all. There is my Telegram, Sumit_Red3. If you find me on LinkedIn, I can be connected. Any questions, very welcome. It's 2 minutes, 8 seconds. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Sumit. So now let's move on to the last pitch. For this, we're going to talk about digital twins. We have Triple Tech, and let me introduce Gerd Magtelenk.
Yep,
Is that right?
That's absolutely right.
Thank you so much. The floor is yours.
My screen as well?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. And you see my screen, huh? Okay. Yes, so this is Geert Martelings working for Threefold Tech. I want to propose to you today the concept of the digital twin, which is in essence an individual's full digital representation, and it's brought under the form of a fully private workspace, not only for static data, but also for any application or program that is fully controlled by the one who deployed this application, protected by the user's private key, but in a way on cloud technology, and which can be shared with relatives of the individual's choice. Now, this digital twin will run on the Threefold grid, which is, we already have this first and largest decentralized cloud infrastructure, basically, with cloud in all its dimensions of storage, compute, and network, seamlessly integrated using a Linux-based federated operating system. Now, it guarantees full privacy and security by design. It's endlessly scalable. It can run autonomously. Next to a few other characteristics that you see here. Also, sustainability is in there, so that's nice for the A3 call. The grid allows to run any Linux-based application, virtual machines, Kubernetes clusters, storage, etc. So it can be used for the classic Web 2, but also for blockchain nodes, for Web 3, and we believe it's a foundational layer also for the so-called metaverse. Now, what we offer is a digital twin, which is a private workspace for both data and applications protected by a user's private key. Every individual also can claim his own public IPv6 address, which is one-on-one linked to his wallet address on blockchain technology. We run on parity substrate on one hand, and pointing to the user's private workspace located at this IPv6 address on the other hand. The method describing this connection will be the subject of the DID twin method. And what is so interesting is that you can store personal documents privately and only give access to the ones you agree. A prototype running where we explain the types of applications that can run on this workspace. As an example, a social media app, a messenger, a decentralized video chat, a decentralized Dropbox-like application. And this Dropbox-like application can act as a vault, basically, for storing a user's personal identity documents, which are available 24/7, like with the cloud. However, it always remains under the data owner's full control. All that is what is needed for decentralized bank-grade KYC, and it, for example, can bring a solution to European Union's upcoming unhosted wallet regulation. Now, this digital twin is a concept that we've started developing now. It still needs refinement, but as you have seen, it runs on top of decentralized cloud infrastructure that is already there. And we believe that security and privacy should be tackled at the lowest possible levels to avoid hacks. And this is why we have this operating system. A lot more can be found on our wiki. I only had 3 minutes, but I thank you now already.
All right. Well, thank you very much for all your pitches. I think this is going to give you a better understanding of how these projects can look like. And now that we are at the end of the of today's sessions, I would like to see if the audience they have a particular feedback for one of our projects. If you have like any yes, it's around the mic.
I've got one question with respect to this project, which was involving transportation documents or delivery documents. I don't remember exactly the project name.
Here with us. I think
Yes, it was here. It was a gentleman here, actually from Britain, I guess, or Ireland. My question is, what is actually there the respect with respect of data privacy of these documents provided by manufacturers and the different commercial partners? Because typically, if you want to give it in a blockchain accessible to everybody, then you might not want to open all the commercial information involved in this process.
All right, Paul. All right, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Hi, I'm here. The sound's coming. So yeah, there's already some proof of concepts in this space that tend to be permission blockchains. So it's perhaps a smaller group of participants than making the full data set available. I think we would potentially apply some of the privacy mechanisms for blockchain technology to only make that data available to those credential holders that can access it. Ultimately want to make that data as accessible as possible across the network of stakeholders. But yeah, you're right that there needs to be some controls because a lot of it is proprietary data.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Is there any other feedback or questions in the audience? Yeah, here.
So,
yeah,
yes.
Working.
So I had one question on I think it was the second presentation on semantic matching, your presentation basically. So I saw that you presented your approach as an application. Although, and this is a very generic comment that I want to make. So in your pitching, sometimes it was kind of more evident where you will find the clients or that there is some demand for this. Some other times it was not clear at all. So, I mean, this is something that you have to highlight in your applications very clearly. And even, I mean, have the potential at the end of your projects, if they are funded, to really have some real users. But what I wanted to say about your proposal was that it reminded me a little bit more fundamental things like than an application. I mean, how do you want to react on this comment?
Thank you very much for the comment. That's the type of feedback that I'm looking for. When I thought about the idea and thought about pitching it, I didn't know there was opportunity to still integrate with the fundamentals. So I was just trying to think of an app that could work, and I know ontology engineering is hard. Yeah, I don't know what the product market fit would be, and if it's better to consider it a fundamental, then I'm definitely interested in doing that.
Okay. So thanks. And so I had another comment regarding this Julien presentation, the first presentation about land minis.
Yeah.
So I liked your presentation. I liked the idea. The thing is that there are some, I mean, are you aware of some kind of legal aspects associated to your proposal? So, I mean, associating an NFT with land or with property in general is not that straightforward from a legal point of view.
Yeah, of course. Well, I'm thinking of different solutions. Actually, we don't want to take the responsibility to say this land is owned by that person, because this is not us to decide if it's real or not, that in the middle of nowhere someone is owning some real estate asset. But there are different ways to bypass the challenge, since tribunals are stating for real estate ownership regularly in this kind of context. I think that we could probably start working with some tribunals and first minting the properties that has been validated by the state. This is the first way to do it. And then otherwise on the field, I mean, they might not have any land registry or addressing system, but they have, they usually have some notaries or lawyers that are collecting in their archives some history about sales and ownership of the lands and the houses over there. So this is another intermediary partner that could help us scale quite easily and onboard, I mean, mint actual properties without taking the responsibility of deciding it by ourselves.
And just to follow up, another thing that you should look and differentiate clearly would be to compare your proposal with what is planned to be offered by EPSI, this notarization service that is one of the use cases of EPSI. EBSA, this European blockchain infrastructure. So they have one use case on notarization. One of the first 4 is that. So just take a look in that, and maybe you differentiate your approach from that, or you may repurpose it or whatever. I mean, just the feedback. Okay.
Yeah, I will get in touch with them. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And Julian, I have another question for you. This question comes from our online audience. So it says, Julian, have you seen the global HEX grid from Uber, H3? Could be interesting for fractionalizing land?
I haven't seen it, so I don't know what it is. I can tell that I know Uber is sharing big data sets because that's part of the deal that they have with the governments. It means, okay, we might disrupt your transportation systems, but we also give you some free data sets that can be good for you to scale some, to grow some startup ecosystems. So I don't know about which data you're talking about, but there are, I mean, actually, maybe it's useful. I have no idea.
All right, but you have a good idea there to look at. Oh, we have a very young audience joining us today, I see there, with Alex. Hello. All right, is there any other questions? All right, so before giving the mic to Vlados for the closing remarks, I would like to thank you all for being here. I know it's been a long day and it's you have a lot of information to process. So with IXEC, we prepared a little surprise around food and drinks, and just to have a time to get to know you better, and so you can get to know us before moving on. So now, is there not any more questions? Vlad.
Thank you, Nelly. So just to close up today's session, I thank you all for being present here and contributing to this. And it's also possible to network and have discussions if you want to propose projects, of course. And tomorrow there will be even more exciting day because we can brainstorm on the software ecosystem and what could be the use of it and what type of applications could take what type of features and things like that. So it could be really exciting to be present tomorrow and contemplate on the type of solutions that are provided by OntoChain. For now, we are going to close this, but so there will be just like a very short break of couple of minutes with which OntoChain is like finishing up the day. However, our partner IXEC prepared a private invite and party. So I will let them just very shortly after this continue with this, and you're all invited to stay and follow. Also the people from the internet could also stay and follow the session of iExec. So thank you very much for the day, and see you during the the party and the after party.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.